2026, a local law amending the authorized exemption from taxes pursuant to Section 467 of New York State real property tax law for certain older residents. Okay, I would like to close the public hearing. Welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature. It is Tuesday, February 17th, and it is 5:32. If you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could have a roll call of members, please.
John Hunt.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Rachel Oslin.
Here.
Iris Packman.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shirtliff will be here shortly. Mike Sigler.
Zoom. He's on Zoom, yes.
Mike Sigler.
Did you hear me?
But I need him to acknowledge.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, yep, here.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike. Adam Vinson.
Here.
Dan Wakeman.
Here.
Irene Weiser.
Here.
Christy Bianconi.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Judith Hubbard.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
13 members present.
Thank you. Okay. And we have one proclamation this evening, and I will go ahead and start that. Whereas people of African descent have been an integral part of the United States history and experience for over 4 centuries, yet Black history has often been suppressed or unrecorded. And whereas 2026 marks the 100th anniversary of the first formal national celebration of Black history, then is Negro History Week, planned by Dr. Carter Woodson and what is now the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH. And whereas 2026 is also the 50th anniversary of the first U.S. presidential recognition of February as Black History Month. And whereas the purpose of Black History Month is to use the historical study and education to transform the lives of Black people today and into the future. Dr. Woodson noted, if a race has no history, it becomes a negligible factor in the thought of the world, and it stands in danger of being exterminated. And whereas Tompkins County is rich in local Black history, including the St. James African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, which has been active for 193 years, longer than any other Ithaca church, and served as a station on the Underground Railroad, visited by many prominent abolitionists. Southside Community Center, located in the historically Black Southside neighborhood and dedicated to empowering and affirming the Black American residents of this region for the past 89 years, and the founding of Alpha Phi Alpha, the oldest historical Black collegiate fraternity at Cornell University in 1906, and whereas countless Black people have shaped this region in ways famous and unrecognized and continues to do so today. Now be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim the month of February 2026 as Black History Month in Tompkins County. In witness whereof, I, Shauna Black, on behalf of the Tompkins County Legislature, have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Tompkins County, State of New York, on the 17th day of February 2026. Next, I would like to announce that we will go into executive session for the reason of property, speaking about property, and we will do that at the end of our meeting. Also want to reorder our business a little bit, as I know that we have some staff here, and we also have a very important discussion later this evening in regards to NYSEG. So I wanted to see if we could go ahead and do privilege of the floor, if we could hold legislators till the end of our meeting. And I have a very short chair's report, and then we will go ahead and do our consent agenda. We'll do the other resolutions with standing committees, and then we will do our special presentation from NYSEG, and then we'll go back and do standing committee reports. Does that sound all right for everyone? Okay. Let's see here. So next, we're going to do the privilege of the floor for our public, and we do have a few members that are here to speak. Just remind you of some of the rules for speaking under privilege of the floor. Number 1, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. Number 2, I agree not to raise my voice. Number 3, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. Number 6, I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. And number 7, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. First up is Ron Hunt.
Thank you. I'm here tonight with my wife. We're from the town of Danby, and I'm speaking on behalf of our NYSEG bill. What's brought this to light is the last 2 months' bills, and most specifically this last month, which was over $1,500. Once I received these bills, I went through the last 3 years of our billing, and I found that from the time period of 12/28/23 to January of 24 to our most recent bill, 12/30 of 25 to January 26th of 26, our kilowatt hour charges have gone up 167%. Our increases have not been due to usage. Matter of fact, our usage this last time frame was less than it was 3 years ago. So obviously, being retired and living on a fixed income, we're very concerned about continued increases. And hopefully something can be done to minimize any increases that we have in the future. If we have any increases at all, hopefully not. Certainly those increases have not led to better service because we've had power outages 4 times in this last year. And obviously, we're not using more electricity. If we were, I could understand the increase in our bill. It just seems unfathomable that the cost of production has gone up at that rate to mandate the increases to the public. I don't know how NYSEG can feel that we, the public can withstand these continued increases. Certainly, we're going to have some hard choices in the future as to what bills we're going to be able to pay, whether we pay NYSEG or we pay our taxes or we buy food or we get the necessary medical care that we need, have car repairs so we can have transportation. It's a pretty scary thought of what the future holds if we have these continued increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amanda Kirch-Gessner.
Good evening. Briefly, Zach Wynn was unable to be here this evening, and he asked me to mention that he's emailed you about a recent attempted murder at the Asteri. The person who has been arrested for the crime was previously arrested for attacking someone with a machete in 2021 and has 2 previous convictions for rape. His entry on the New York State Sex Offender Registry indicates he was homeless, but he was found in 118 Green Street in the Asteri building, indicating he may have been living there. Zach would like to know if the new members of the legislature are aware of what is going on at the Asteri and if there's anything more that can be done by the county to address the crisis that is unfolding. Now back to my business. I stand before you tonight in a dead man's tie. My dad was killed 28 years ago on February 4th in an accident on 79, less than 2 miles from home. Had a conversation with the sheriff, and flock technology would have identified the person that day, if not within a day or two of the crime. Took 4 months of not knowing, 4 months of thinking somebody murdered my dad and left him in a ditch to die. Well, you know, flock would be a great tool in providing families closure like my own and the family of DeJure Gandy, as I've heard Travis mention at previous meetings. That's not why I'm here to advocate for flock. I'm here to advocate for flock because it absolutely could be utilized as a tool to monitor the constitutionality of federal law enforcement within Tompkins County and in other counties in New York. If you take a close look at that resolution I've put before you, I have been taking in feedback from other members of our community who do have awareness of how this tool can absolutely be utilized if we put onus upon the state to allow us to do so. Yes, I understand that people are terrified of surveillance, but I've been reassured by our sheriff that that's not what they use it for. It is a tool that they utilize after the fact to investigate crimes that have happened. I also know that the data is showing that it has become a strong deterrent. There were only 4 gunshots in the city of Ithaca last year. There were over 20 gunshots back in 2021. And these are real metrics. I don't like the idea of being surveilled as much as the next person, but basically all of our personal information is available in the cloud. And I understand people are terrified at the thought of that, but the point is maintaining strong local oversight of these tools is what we need. We do not want it in the hands of anybody outside of local. And I'm asking us to collaborate as a community. What does strong local governance and oversight look like? I have a few ideas. I'm hoping to connect with more of you about this and how we might go about coming up with some really proactive solutions that set an example for other communities across New York State and hopefully across our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Next, I would like to move on to a quick cheers report. This morning, Travis Brooks, Adam Vinson, and Bridget Nugent and myself met with city officials, and we discussed many of the commonalities that we're sharing right now, including our unhoused population. We talked about the community outreach. We talked about the commons. We talked about our center of government, and it was really a great opportunity for us to get on the same page and have really clear and concise communication about initiatives and shared services that we're all participating in. This is going to happen on a monthly basis, and at this point, we're waiting for the mayor to appoint 2 council members to be part of that group. But we did have a very good conversation with Dominic Recchio this morning, so I wanted to pass that on. The other thing that I wanted to mention as well regarding the emergency shelter construction project on Cherry Street is that we are going to have a community engagement meeting with our neighbors and partner agencies, and that's going to be scheduled for March 10th. Obviously, all legislators are welcome to come to that. The development team will provide project status updates and answer questions. Also, just to let everyone know that we remain committed to transparency, open communication, and ensuring that the project moves forward in a way that supports both those in need of a shelter and the surrounding neighborhood. I do have a few cheers reports this evening. First, to the Workforce Development Board, Christopher Apkar, Business Representative, term expires June 30th, 2026. Shannon Althea Porter, Organization Serving Individuals with Disabilities, her term expires June 30th, 2028. Marcus Willamy, Labor Organization Representative, and his term expires June 30th, 2027. Next, let's move on to our just to let you all know also that the city of Ithaca was unable to attend our meeting tonight and give us an update. But I felt like today we received a pretty good update in regards to the happenings of the city. I'm happy to talk more about that if any of the legislators have questions. So for our consent agenda, let's see here. Resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. So we're going to go through a series of A through G resolutions, and if anyone has any comments, if you have questions about these resolutions, then you would just say pull, and we'll take that off of the consent agenda, and we can bring it up in our standing committees and talk in depth about the resolution. Just want to make sure that everyone understands the process here. Okay. First, we have advisory board appointments. And Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Environmental Management Council, Brian Wendell, at-large representative, term expires December 31st, 2027. Kathleen Yen, at-large representative, term expires December 31st, 2027. Soil and Water Conservation District Board of Directors, Sean Boussard, Grange member, term expires December 31st, 2027. And then we do have legislator appointments. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Community Housing Development Fund Program Oversight Committee, Greg Mezzi, Rachel Oslin, Adam Vinson. Southern Tier Regional Board, Greg Mezzi. Downtown Ithaca Alliance, Veronica Pillar. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board, Rachel Oslin. Tompkins County Planning Advisory Board, Irene Weiser. Fish and Wildlife Management Protection Board, Judith Hubbard and Adam Vinson. Hillview Road Landfill Citizens Advisory Group, Irene Weiser. Soil and Water Conservation Board, Randy Brown and John Hunt. Water Resources Council, Judith Hubbard. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, Iris Packman, Irene Weiser, and Rachel Oslin. And then Government Operations Committee, Tompkins County History Center, Rachel Oslin. Now on to our consent agenda. Government Operations Committee Resolution A, authorizing a budget adjustment to recognize New York State Assistance Program funding for aquatics program support in the city of Ithaca, ID 13783. Resolution B, approval of appointment to the Tompkins County Council of Governments, TCOG, ID 13812. Resolution C, approval of the 2026 order of secession of members of the county legislature to serve in the absence of the chair and vice chair, ID 13824. Resolution D, delegation of authority to authorize certain tax refunds and credits of $2,500 and under, ID 13823. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Resolution E, budget reappropriation of grant funds to the 2026 budget for the Business Energy Advisors B program, ID 13743. Resolution F, acceptance of snowmobile trail grant for the 2025 through 2026 season, ID 13831. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Resolution G, delegation of authority to authorize certain tax and solid waste fee refunds under $500, ID 13825. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Deborah, seconded by Irene. And we will do a roll call this evening.
John Hunt,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Rachel Oslin,
Yes.
Iris Packman,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Adam Vinson,
Yes.
Dan Wakeman,
Yes.
Irene Weiser,
Yes.
Christy Bianconi,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Judith Hubbard,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Ayes, unanimous.
Okay, that is unanimous with 15 ayes. Next, we're going to move to our standing committees, and we have two resolutions for HED. Greg Mezzi, do you mind bringing those forward?
Absolutely. I would be happy to. The first we have Resolution H, select applicant for Tompkins County submittal to the New York State County Infrastructure Grant Program, ID number 13815, and I would move.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Adam Vinson.
Megan from our planning department is here and is probably the most qualified to speak to the resolution, so I would turn it over to you, Megan.
Good evening. Yes, this is a grant opportunity New York State offers through Empire State Development, or ESD. It's only eligible to counties, so counties must be the applicant. And the purpose is to promote infrastructure, particularly with regards to housing and economic development. And so the requirement is that this infrastructure, if you're requesting the full $1 million that counties are eligible for, would produce at least 10 units of housing. And so the process was expedited in terms of, we ran our own local expression of interest process so that we could make sure the word was out. We were looking for potential projects, since the county is not typically an infrastructure owner or a housing developer. So we received several expressions of interest, and then at the HED meeting, the project that was selected based off of input from a small review committee was for the Hanshaw Village Infrastructure Updates Project. And this project would connect this manufactured home park, Hanshaw Village, to municipal water and sewer service, and correct some longstanding issues on both sides, on both the drinking water as well as the sewage side of that community. There are 22 vacant pads in the community right now, and as part of this grant, the owners are committing to filling at least 10 of those pads with new housing units. And with me tonight on Zoom, we have Skip Haar, our Director of Environmental Health, who's familiar with some of the past history on both the water and the sewage side of the park. And I believe we have Bill Heumann and Scott Mulcahy from Cook Properties with the property owner as well.
Great. Randy?
Yes, thank you, Megan, for that. Yeah, there have been ongoing issues of water for that property for many, many years. So this is in the town of Dryden. So is it hooking up to Dryden? Whose water is it hooking up to, and are they supporting this?
Yes, so although the town itself is not applying, the application is through the park owners. The town has previously applied and was successful recently in obtaining a community development block grant, or CDBG award, through New York State, which is helping with the initial bringing the municipal sewer, which stops right now south of Route 13, under Route 13 and up Hanshaw Road towards the park. But there's still significant additional costs to get the sewer all the way into the park and all those residences, the existing residents, as well as the new pads all hooked up to that system. And this grant would help bridge some of that financial gap. And it would also ensure that the park's connected to municipal water as well.
Is it Bolton Point? Whose water? I'm just curious.
Yes, I believe it's through the local districts, but yes, I believe it's ultimately.
Iris Peckman?
Thank you. Thanks for sharing this info. This might be a question for environmental health as well as for the property owners. I was just looking back at some of the records of some of the whole health meetings and seeing that the Hanshaw Village was cited many times in the past 12 months for sewage violations. I say many, I'm at least 5, maybe more than that, for sewage, visible sewage on the grounds, not being treated, that sort of thing. So I'm curious how this grant would be used, if at all, to address that, and if not, what the plan is to make this, to address these violations.
And I believe we've got 2 folks on Zoom right now that can speak with more detail to that, both Skip, our environmental health director, as well as Bill Heumann from Cook Properties. I don't know if either of you want to speak to that.
Sure, I can definitely chime in on that. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, so in terms of the sewage, currently the park has a sewage lagoon that all sewage discharges to. So those are no longer allowed. And the DEC has a consent order for them to have have proper treatment. So that would be either an on-site sewage system or connection to municipal sewer. The issues that you're talking about are issues within the conveyance system within the park. So there's multiple factors that can occur. You can have a blockage in the line that causes sewage to come out, clean out. We've had an issue with a pump chamber, which we recently took enforcement action against, asking them to have that evaluated. So those are things that still can occur even if there is a connection to municipal sewer, because it's within the park's conveyance system.
Thank you. If the owners are able to speak a little to what the future plans are regarding the sewage, addressing this issue, is it simply connecting to municipal, or is there more to it to try to avoid these problems occurring?
This is Bill. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I'm Bill Human. I'm here with Scott Mulcahy. We're the COO, and Scott's the CFO of Cook Properties, the owner. The first step is hooking up to public sewer to stop the effluent flow from the park into the lagoon. The second step of this process would be to then decommission the septic tanks inside of the park and also hook up those lines to public sewer. So as it would sit right now, the only change regarding the flow of sewage would be the effluent or the gray water flowing from the park out into the county's lines. And then we'd slowly but surely go through decommissioning I believe it's 47 septic tanks on site and hooking those lines from the homes fully up to public sewer as well. Regarding the well, the current well house is about a mile downhill from the park outside of Fall Creek. The water's pumped from Fall Creek up that mile hill to the park, where it's then treated in our current park system. So obviously there's a lot of I&I issues and pressure issues in the current system. So that's why public water would be such a great help for us and for our residents to get quality, obtainable water, each and every day. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I guess if you have a sense of time frame, once the grant comes through, for when we could see some of these improvements.
Yep. So based on the CDBG grant, which we were officially awarded a few weeks ago, that project needs to be done within 24 months of receipt of the grant. So that's kind of the timeline for us to get that first major step of hooking up to public utilities completed.
Greg?
Yeah, this is in my district, so excited to see something like this come to light, and appreciate the the owners for being here today. I personally know how difficult it can be to manage waste and water, and having a well that feeds more than just a single house, and the challenges that creates. And so I think that this is a great opportunity for us to look at what is a great way to create housing through manufactured home communities, understanding that there's 20 plus pads vacant currently. That's the opportunity with proper sewage and water management for single family homes to go into those places. So I appreciate the owners being here and recognizing the complexity. I appreciate environmental health for staying on top of this and keeping our park owners, to the letter of the law and making sure that enforcement is there. But I also appreciate New York State, because infrastructure, I believe, is the greatest barrier we have to continue to grow our housing stock. And so when we have grants like this that are specifically related to infrastructure, and we have an owner of a parcel or development that's ready to invest matching funds, this is not just free money. This is, free money once you put your money in. And so that, I think, is not every community has the vast number of projects ready to go with the $1 million plus in hand to do a project like this. So I would encourage my colleagues to be incredibly supportive of this. I would encourage the park owners to continue to improve the standards within the park and use this hopefully gift from New York State to be able to reallocate some of your capital to continue to make the necessary contributions, to improve the quality of life for all the residents in that park. And appreciate our planning department for staying on top, because this is the second grant of this type that we will be applying for, and there's some communities across New York State that haven't even applied for one to begin with. So the fact that we can be bringing in money like this is an incredible opportunity. So I would encourage all of my colleagues to support this, and I would be supportive of this type of infrastructure for manufactured homes in any part of our county, because this is, I think, a big challenge that many aging parks are facing is aging infrastructure, and managing sewage and water is not easy or fun. I could make a joke, but I won't. It's tough business, so we'll go from there, but I hope everybody will vote yes.
Thank you, Greg. I have Randy, but I'm going to take a turn really quickly. And I was actually on the Board of Health for 8 years, and this was one of the frequent flyers that we often saw was the location on Hanshaw. But we continue to see many of the manufactured home parks that come through the Board of Health because they're struggling with septic issues and clean water. And so if we had 10 more of these grants, I'm sure that there would be a line of other investors that would take us up on accepting these funds. So I want to say congratulations to you, Bill. I understand you're the new owners, and I'm really glad to see that. Secondly, Greg is absolutely right. We don't have many tools to increase housing. We have the Community Housing Fund, and every once in a while we get a gift like this where we can actually use it to help our communities. And with this specific situation, they will be able to increase the amount of homeowners by 10, is that what the... and that's absolutely incredible. And I mean, very rarely do we have that opportunity. So I will definitely support that. Randy Brown.
Yes, I support this. Bill, thanks for being here. I know that Cook Properties has been buying other mobile home manufacturing parks. You own one in Newfield and other places. And it's great that the state is coming forth with some money and maybe more. But my concern is the cost that would be passed on to people who live in the park. Obviously, the property's going to have much more value if it's got water and sewer. And is there controls on how much you increase lot rent to people? This is going to be a big advantage for you, and especially with mobile homes, manufactured homes, their utility costs are typically quite a bit more higher than an average home. Is there any type of thing you're doing in your parks to help people to make their homes more energy efficient, make sure they have good skirting, those kinds of issues?
Yeah, so to answer the first part of your question, excuse me, we are governed by law RPL 233B in New York State, which was a law passed in 2019 regarding rent control for manufactured housing communities. So basically what the law states is that without a challenge, we can raise rent 3% at any time, any one of our parks. However, you could also raise rent up to 6% if you prove one of two things: that your operating expenses increased, whether that's taxes, insurance, water, et cetera, or you completed capital improvements in the park relating to that 6% amount. So we are capped at a 6% rate for rent increase year over year, no matter whether we do a $2 million project or a $50,000 paving project. That's the cap year over year for residents in our communities. Could you repeat your second part of that question again?
The other part of that is just the general...
The energy efficiency?
Yeah, and also just the general services provided in those parks. I know the one in Newfield that Jim Ray owned for years, that you own now, and there's very little services in these mobile home parks, manufactured parks, and also the cost of utilities are so high for people in manufactured homes because they're quite often they're older homes. And I was just, what are you doing beyond just providing a lot for people?
Yep, so it's a great question. All of the new homes, anything built since 1997 is considered an energy efficient or Energy Star home. So that's one place to start. As far as water and sewer costs and retention, we have, in the last 2 years, sub-metered every single house we have in our parks. And what that sub-metering electronic system does is it allows the residents to monitor their usage in real time. So if you think you have a leak or you have high usage or you're worried why your water bill's so high, you can see up to the minute where your water's going and where that's coming from. Now, what we can't combat is the fact that the town of Newfield raised their water rates by 37% last year, but we're doing everything we can to allow residents to see and have that insight into where their water usage and spend is coming from and how they can mitigate or combat that going forward.
Of course, Newfield brought water down to that park, and so somebody's got to pay for it, right? So,
Of course.
right, yep.
Any other questions or comments? Judith Hubbard?
Thank you. Bill, you just said that under normal circumstances, you can raise the rate by 3%, the rent by 3% per year. And if there's capital improvements, then you can raise it by 6% per year. Does that mean that because this is a capital improvement, that we can expect that the rent on these lots will go up by 6% per year for some years to come? And how many years would that be?
So it's a great question. So as the law states, kind of as I explained before, you can only raise rent once for one capital project. So like I said, whether it's 50 grand or $2 million, we get one rent increase for that output. So it will not be a continual 10-year increase until we retain all the money that we spent on the project. That's not how the law is written. It is a one-time 12-month project, and then once you use that for your increase, it's then over.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote, please.
John Hunt,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Rachel Oslin,
Yes.
Iris Packman,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Adam Vinson,
Yes.
Dan Wakeman,
Yes.
Irene Weiser,
Yes.
Christy Bianconi,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Judith Hubbard,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
16 ayes, unanimous.
That's unanimous. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, one more resolution for you, Greg.
All right, sorry, let me get back to my screen here. We have resolution number I, appointments to the Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency, TCIDA, and the Tompkins County Development Corporation Board of Directors, ID number 13822, and I would move.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Adam Vinson.
I'm happy to go through those that are being nominated, if that's okay with the chair. We have for the county legislature seats, Deborah Dawson, member, Greg Mezzi, myself, member, Shauna Black, member, Deborah Dawson as chair, filling in for taking Rich John's place as Rich has retired, Duxon Nguyen, who is a 2-year term expiring December 31st, 27. Prentice Smith, with the same term, member of organized labor representative, and I believe that is it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I do.
Mike Sigler?
Thank you. I pulled this off consent just because I hadn't, usually when we do appointments, and this isn't all the time, obviously, but this one's pretty important. I mean, this is the one agency that gets the opportunity to basically cancel taxes for years and also give a sales tax break. So it seems like I just would like to know a little bit about the philosophies of the people that are going to be on this. And Greg, he's being on it, and he was, obviously chair of HED, so I got to ask him some questions. I just didn't know if we could do that of maybe the people present.
So Mike, here's the deal, is that typically if we have questions or comments about people that are going for our advisory boards or appointments, we would actually go into executive session. So while we're happy to do that, I know that Greg had offered that you can write those questions down and we can send them to the people that are listed here and try and gain responses, but I'm not sure that you did that.
I didn't. I thought that this would be more of an open forum. I mean, when we ask people to apply for things, they usually fill out a little thing about, hey, this is why I want to be on it. I just didn't see any paperwork like that on anybody for this.
Greg?
And maybe Katrina could help me out here, but these are chairs appointments that are accepted or confirmed by the legislature. And typically with the chairs appointments, they don't follow the same committee or advisory board application process as regular members that are confirmed by a committee and then by the legislature. These being chairs appointments, it's at the discretion of whoever the chair is for that year, following that term, and then they go forward to the committee. Program committee is where we would maybe ask any of those questions, et cetera, potentially challenge the chair's nomination. But historically, these are privilege of the chair, and we as a body accept them on their behalf.
That's correct. The IDA appointments are handled a little bit different than our regular appointment process. And we also have to file this resolution with the Secretary of State, so.
I mean, it's fair enough. If you want to move ahead with it, it's fine by me. I just, I do want to thank Greg for answering the questions at committee. That was very helpful, Greg. Thank you.
Happy to.
Deborah?
I don't mind telling you what my philosophy is, Mike. When I was appointed to the IDA 2 years ago, I took to heart the mission of the IDA, which is to promote development and industrial development in Tompkins County. And I think my voting record over the last 2 years has demonstrated that I follow that mission as closely as possible. I evaluate each project that's presented and vote accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah.
Judith Hubbard?
I think it's fair when Mike says that these are some of the most important appointments that we make ever. The IDA does have tremendous power over our community and does give out these millions of dollars in tax abatements that last for many years. And I am glad to see the members that have been selected by the chair. I have confidence that they bring diverse perspectives, ethical perspectives that balance many of these needs. But I would like to just, for the record, comment that I'm hoping that the state will allow us to add a member representing the schools, because the schools bear so much of the cost of these abatements. And they really deserve to have a member representing them at this board, deciding whether or not to give up that school tax. And I know that is not something that we can just do on our own, and we need state approval. And I know that state approval has been requested, but it has not yet been granted. And so I'm just saying, for the record, I hope it's granted soon.
Thank you. Greg Mezzi?
Yeah, Judith, great point. And I know we have a representative from some state elected officials in the audience, and maybe they can flag this for the work program. But we did submit at the end of last legislative cycle for the legislature, a reaffirmation requesting the home rule consideration for the additional 2 members to expand to a more diverse group of representation, school district representation being one of them. So that's working its way through the state's glacially paced legislative process. Not to call anything out, but good things take time, I guess. So hopefully we will be, but if there's additional support that you want to submit on that behalf or encourage the governor to make sure they sign that into being, that would be helpful.
Great. And just to confirm and add on that, it did go forward in the state Senate, but did not in the Assembly. They ran out of time in the Assembly. As we were looking for members for the IDA as well, one of the individuals that I did approach was from the school board union, and she unfortunately lived outside of Tompkins County, so she could not be. And so we ended up going with someone from the trades for that representation. But obviously, we're looking to increase it by 2 more members. So one of those members would be from one of the districts. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
John Hunt?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Rachel Oslin?
Yes.
Iris Packman?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Adam Vinson?
Yes.
Dan Wakeman?
Yes.
Irene Weiser?
Yes.
Christy Bianconi,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Judith Hubbard,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
15 to 1.
15 to 1, that passes. Thank you, Greg. Next, we are going to move to our last resolution of the evening, and that is an individual member-filed resolution, and I'll pass it over to Christy.
Hi, everybody. I move to adopt the local law increasing the maximum low-income senior property tax exemption from 50% to 65% under RPTL 467.
Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Lee Shirtliff. Christy, would you like to talk a little bit about the resolution?
My voice isn't the greatest tonight, but I will say that I'm excited about us doing this. It's an opportunity for us to give some relief to folks in our community who may be struggling with mortgage rates. As we've discussed before, we don't have many levers to pull to give people this type of relief. So I'm glad to be able to do it, and the impact on the entire community is minimal when it's spread, and it could really make a huge difference for those individuals. And so I'm excited to bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments about the resolution to adopt the local law? Judith Hubbard?
So I've spoken to some of you at length about my feelings about this, and to be frank, I'm still a little torn. I think it's important to note that this kind of exemption is not free money, and it is a transfer of tax burden from one group to another group, right? So we're giving some people lowered property taxes, and that means that we raise property taxes for the rest of the properties that do not qualify for this exemption. This is something where we already give an exemption to this particular group of people. People in this group that are going to, that if we pass it, we'll see a 65% exemption on their property taxes, currently receive a 50% exemption, which is, one might say, already generous. Various municipalities in our county give various exemptions for this class of people, people who are low income, which is defined, seniors who have low incomes defined in various ways depending on the municipality that you're in. If we pass this, it won't just increase the exemption on the people who are currently in the exempt category. It adds 3 new classes of incomes that have higher exemptions. So it doesn't increase exemptions on people who earn more than $35,500. It only increases the exemption on seniors who earn less than $35,500, and they have to earn less than $33,500 to qualify for this new higher category of 65%. So I've gone back and forth on this. I've argued that many of the people in the class who would see increased taxes are themselves struggling, right? People who are not seniors, who are low income, young families who are paying mortgages on their homes, as well as paying for daycare, groceries, nice egg, all these things that are going up very fast. But after extended thought, and Christy has been very convincing, I've decided that I am going to support this after all, which may come as a surprise to those to whom I have spoken at such great length. And it's for 2 reasons. The first is because the increase is only for this lower income category, and because that income is indeed quite low. And the second is because Christy has argued that allowing seniors to stay in their homes actually reduces costs to the county overall, which means that it may actually come out in the wash, that the people who have higher property taxes may not actually have higher property taxes, because then the taxes don't have to bear the burden of having people in these other places where we try to support them in other ways. And so having, an obvious positive with possibly no negative seems like something to vote for. Also, my feelings about how seniors maybe should have saved enough money to try to support themselves in their old age are hard to look at when I look at the rates of NYSEG increases compared to COLA increases for SSI, for people are getting their Social Security. And, these increases of what double digits in NYSEG bills paired with 2% increases in cost of living from Social Security, nobody could have planned for that. So
And then there are the medical expenses.
Medical expenses impacts young people also significantly who do not get Social Security and Medicare. So I'm not going to go into that, but NYSEG affects everybody. So I'm just going to stop talking, but that is what I've come out to.
Lee Shurtleff.
Judith, I think you hit the nail on the head. If you're living on, and you're in this age group and you're living on $34,500, it's not much more than your Social Security check. And the second point that you made was that they're probably going to go into subsidized housing or long-term care or something if they can't stay in their own homes. And that is an expense to all the rest of the taxpayers as well. So thank you for your points.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
John Hunt.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Rachel Oslin.
Yes.
Iris Packman.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Adam Vinson.
Yes.
Dan Wakeman.
No.
Irene Weiser.
Yes.
Christy Bianconi.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Judith Hubbard.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
15 to 1. Motion passes.
15 to 1, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Christy, for bringing that forward. And why don't we move to our special presentation from Terry Carroll first, and then we'll invite NYSEG to the table to join us.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So I'm Terry Carroll. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Tompkins County, and I'm going to give you a presentation that goes a little bit into the rate case process and then talks about this particular rate case and our county's participation thus far, including where we're going next and what's happening next. So to jump into the rate case process, this might be familiar to some of you that were around the last time we had a rate case. This is the same graphic that my colleague Haley put together to help explain how the rate cases go. Essentially what happens is it all gets kicked off when the utility submits a rate case and invites stakeholders to become parties to that case. The county has been a party in both this current case as well as the previous case. And it's open to anyone, but it is an arduous process. It's not for the faint of heart. And that's mostly because it's a very directed process. It's not something that you can kind of jump in ad hoc and wing it. You have to know what you're doing, and it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of know-how, and it's something that we've only, learned after our previous participation how to get more involved in this current case. And that includes engaging in discovery. So both the staff, the utilities, the stakeholders, the parties can put in what are called interrogatory requests, IRs, or information requests, basically asking questions that are pertinent about the rate case to try and gain information to then put together a case. And you go through that process. We continue to go through that process currently. And it carries on for quite a while, but in the interim, you'll see public hearings. So there was a public hearing on the current rate case this past fall that was well attended, where you'll have members of the public and come and offer their opinion on the rate case, and the adjudicating law judges are there to hear it and to take it in. There's no response, but the expectation is that they're hearing and then we'll incorporate that into the ultimate decision that then comes. Through this process, you'll see a counter proposal from the Department of Public Service. It's a one-year rate proposal that's looking at kind of an alternative to what the utilities have offered. And then what will often happen is it'll devolve into negotiations. There'll be check-ins, working groups, negotiations can continue, and eventually a joint proposal and an evidentiary hearing to close it out. That's what had happened in the first rate case that we were a part of. That is not what is happening in the current rate case, as I will go into in just a moment. But to jump into that current rate case, we thought we would just go, flash up here real quick. What is it that we're talking about? And while the rate case incorporates a lot of different elements, I think the one that most people focus on is the dollars and cents. What's happening to people's bills. And so this was what we took from the filing that the utility submitted, and it shows different customer types, residential, commercial, industrial, using the examples that they provided on an estimated kilowatt hour usage for this slide, which is on electricity. This is based on statewide averages, and you'll see the bill increase, the delivery bill increase, so that's the portion that's impacted by the rate case, and then the total bill increase. And you might ask, okay, why is that total bill increase less than the delivery bill increase? Well, that's because the total bill increase incorporates not only the delivery side, but also the supply side. And that supply side, the rate that is being used to calculate that is either held constant or it's only marginally increased. It's not, it's based on a best guess. None of us are omniscient. We don't know what the supply rates are going to be in the future years, and so it's an estimated best guess. On the natural gas side, this is what you see for the natural gas. You'll see the bill increase, you'll see the delivery bill increase once again, and the total bill increase. I neglected to read out the numbers, assuming that you can all read on your end, but I will say what you're seeing for residential on the electricity side is the 34.7% delivery bill increase for electricity, 24.9% bill increase or delivery increase for commercial, and then industrial is 27.9%. On the natural gas side, it's 48.1% for residential, 30.1% for commercial, and 28.6% for industrial. And again, these are the delivery bill increases, what we're discussing with this rate case, not the total bill increase. So what's driving this rate case? So I put this slide deck together before I knew what NYSEG was presenting on. I understand that this is part of their slide deck, so I don't want to put words in their mouth. But you'll see, state policy, correcting legacy issues, and base activity needs are all drivers of this rate case. And I'm sure they'll go into that in more detail, so I won't speak to that. But what I will speak to is where we have engaged in the process. And so as I said, the county became a party to this rate case, and for the first time ever, we submitted testimony. This happened after we were meeting with the previous peak committee and discussing different topics. And what our testimony was in regards to is affordability first and foremost. We discussed demand management, virtual power plants, and battery storage projects and incentives. The reason being that it's our belief that these can help curtail the needed infrastructure improvements and thereby lead to affordability by reducing the capital investments required by the utility. And so that was something that we wanted to see more of and to encourage. We wanted to see a dedicated heat pump rate. So Tompkins County is leading the way in New York State on the electrification efforts. We're seeing more and more customers switch over to heat pumps. And it is our belief that right now they're being unfairly burdened by the current electricity rates because they're based on volumetric rates that lead to an increased charge for customers that use more power, and that doesn't necessarily line up with how the actual investments are being made. We discussed billing problems and billing clarity. I'm sure many of you have heard from your constituents and residents about some of the billing issues that they've seen. And then we also tackled wow. It's a tough one, right? Electrification tariff. Not going to try it again. It's the answer that NYSEG put forth for communities that wanted to electrify. Essentially, it would allow municipalities to ask for a tariff to be put on their residents to help support electrification efforts. This was something that the county opposed. We didn't believe that it was right for one municipality to take on the burden, that this was something that was being driven by the state CLCPA, the Community Leadership Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, and that like all utility infrastructure upgrades that are being done, that they should be socialized across the rate base and instead of delegated to one specific municipality. And then finally, we opposed the closure of the Ithaca Walk-In Center, noting in our testimony some of the information that we received by NYSEG that it is still continuously being used and there's no alternative being provided as proposed in the rate case, and that we still see a need for customers in our area to be able to get that in-person support and not necessarily have to leave the county to get that support. So as I said, this is the second time that we've been participating in the rate case. That first time, we really just observed and tried to get an understanding of what's going on. In becoming a party to the rate case, it gives us access to the files, including the confidential files that we can't go into and discuss in public situations, but that we can discuss with our legislature through executive session, which is something that we've continued to do through this process. So we've been meeting with the Peak Committee to give updates on what we're looking to do, what's happening in the case itself, developing with that committee a list of priorities to advocate for, and then draft our testimony and submit it eventually. So where we are in the process is, as I said, typically the previous cases that I've been a part of, this is my third case, we've seen multi-year agreements reached through settlement negotiations. In this particular case, an order was issued on January 28th establishing that there would be an evidentiary hearing starting February 9th, which was last Monday. So we are now in a litigated process, which will result in a one-year settlement if it continues. Right now, our participation is limited. That is because this evidentiary hearing happens in Albany, New York, which happens to be more than 3 hours away from the vast majority of the NYSEG territory, and of course, RG&E, which is even further away. There was a party that asked for remote participation that was denied. The county, Tompkins County, asked for remote observation. That was denied. A separate party put in a formal reconsideration letter that was signed by, I think, 8 or 9 different parties, including the county. That was denied. So where we're left at is, unless you're able to go to Albany for 4 weeks straight every day, starting at 9:30, you are not participating in this case. There is no daily transcripts. There's no daily summary of motions made, of cross-examination topics that are being discussed in depth. You just have an overview of what's being discussed, of any motions made, of any areas of disagreement or agreement. So it's really hard to follow at this point, but that's kind of where we're at. I will say that both myself and Haley will be attending the hearing on Friday, the 20th, to get a sense of what's going on and see if perhaps in future rate cases we want to try and get into the cross-examination game, but this was just a bridge too far for us right now. But once the hearing is over, parties will have an opportunity to submit a post-hearing brief, which we do plan on doing. Then the ALJs, the adjudicating law judges, will make their final decision. We'll get an opportunity to comment on that decision, including areas that we agree or disagree in. And then ultimately, the case is going to be submitted to the Public Service Commission for final approval. And, at that stage, we'll see what happens with the rates, and it'll go into effect. When that'll go into effect somewhat depends on how quickly this process can move through, but we're anticipating and hoping that they would be by May of this year to avoid rate compression, which is a situation where the rates have to be increased to make up for the lost time, essentially. So that's an overview of kind of the current rate case, our participation thus far. I know NYSEG has a lot more information, so if there's any questions that are more directed towards them, I'd ask you to hold it for their process, their presentation, but I'm happy to answer anything on what I just covered.
Deborah Dawson.
Do we have any recourse to complain to Albany about the lack of transparency in this hearing process?
In terms of the process itself, we've done what we're able to with the adjudicating law judges and the Public Service Commission. The next step would be to bring it up with, your state senator, your state representative, and let them know that this isn't something that you agree with, and that there's legislation that would be, either legislation or an order to the commissioners to change it.
Thank you. I realize it's too late to do anything about this rate case, but this just doesn't seem acceptable to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Craig Mezzi and then John Hunt.
Does the administrative law judge give a rationale for why the lack of transparency or participation?
In this particular case, they brought up legal. They said that there was perhaps some legal reasons why that wouldn't be permissible, and that the location of the hearing made remote observation impossible.
Do we know, does NYSEG object to remote participation?
I won't speak for them, but I don't believe that they commented on that particular proposal.
Okay, so it's just an administrative law judge making things more difficult for public transparency?
Apparently.
I don't know that.
I guess that's more of a statement than a question.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope our Public Service Commission can do better in the future, because this is absolutely a crime, and it's terrible. And I hope that we can take action to do more, and I appreciate all the effort that you're doing. There's no other choice, right? This is the option that we have to go with. And so the fact that it's a secretive cloak and dagger process is not what's, I think, acceptable to people in New York.
John Hunt.
Could you explain a little bit more what you said about heat pumps being measured volumetrically and what the alternative measurement things are and how that affects rates?
Yeah, I mean, what you've seen in other utilities, you've seen pilot heat pump rates, I think, in the Con Edison territory, and then over in Vermont, in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, you're starting to see pilots be developed where they're looking at charging a different rate for heat pumps or for really electrification customers in the winter heating season, essentially, to make up for the fact that, yes, they're using more electricity, but in most cases, since we are a summer peaking system, investments that are being made by the utilities is generally being made to help support summer peaking. And until we're in a winter peaking scenario, it's not pertinent that those customers are using more electricity. The infrastructure that's already been invested upon can support that. So the pushback that we've seen in testimony, not from the utilities, but from the Public Service Commission staff, is to say, oh, well, New York State will be a winter peaking system in 2030, 2035, 2039, depending on who you ask. That's a long ways away. And right now, when we have an affordability issue, we think it should be put into place now and maybe re-examined down the line. Does that answer your question, John?
Somewhat.
Okay. Essentially, as a heat pump customer, you're using a lot more electricity in the wintertime than you are
Yes, we
than
do.
other.
In the summer, we hardly use
Exactly, yeah.
half as much. It's
And
2 to 3 times as much in the winter.
Yeah, and so the grid is designed in large part for summer peaks. And so the infrastructure can accommodate those winter customers that are using more electricity. And so by using more electricity, they are paying more than the average customer to support the wires and poles, even though they're not typically needing that level of investment to support them.
I have Irene Weiser, Rainey Brown, and Judith Hubbard.
Yeah, I was just going to add a little further comment. I too am a party under my activities with Fossil-Free Tompkins. I've been a party to the rate case as well. To the understandable concern about the evidentiary hearing not being publicly accessible, one of the things that I take great solace in is that there are any number of legislators who are also parties to this rate case, including our own Assembly Member Anna Kellis. They've seen the craziness that's been happening. I feel confident that we will see changes. I can also, I think some of you know that I participated in a public hearing with the New York State Senate on the committee that oversees the Public Service Commission, and registered some comments there about process. The Public Utility Law Project also registered both concerns and recommendations. There will be changes coming. There better be. But I feel confident that there are some on the way. And I'll just add that the governor has also made some proposals to manage affordability differently going forward. So we'll see that too.
Thank you. Randy Brown.
Yeah, Chair, are we currently at a one-year rate case, and then and when does that end, and when does this new one start?
So we are basically just finished the previous rate case. The last rate hike was in May of 2025. We're looking to I believe NYSEG, I won't speak for them, is looking to have something in place for May of 2026. So it would, in the current process that we're in, a litigated outcome can only result in a one-year rate case. And so it would hopefully be from May 2026 until May 2027. So we will be engaged in another rate case process shortly.
Thank you.
Judith Hubbard.
I'm going to save my comments about NYSEG for after the presentation by NYSEG. I wanted to mention, we've been pushing as a community people to install heat pumps, right? And I I installed a heat pump recently, but I think we could do better in communicating to people how they're different from traditional furnaces. And I'm just going to describe it a little now because I'm not sure we all know, which that heat pumps become less and less efficient when it gets colder and colder out, which has been a particularly difficult situation in this last month when we also saw the spike in supply charges. People had to use more electricity and the electricity cost a lot more. And there are some ways to mitigate that are maybe not familiar to people, which is you don't want to run your heat pump in the coldest hours of the morning if you can avoid it. And so people who are used to having a gas furnace may drop the temperature of their house significantly at night when they're asleep and then turn the heat on in the early morning to warm the house back up. But with a heat pump, that is not recommended. And instead, you're supposed to keep your house at a constant temperature throughout the night so that you don't have that excess use in the most electrically expensive time of the day. And so I think we could do better both in telling people this when they are thinking about what heating system to install in their home so that they're prepared for it, and making sure people know about this difference in efficiency at different temperatures. There are some systems where you have combined heating systems that use heat pumps and something else. It might be resistive heating, it might be gas. For some people, that might be the right choice to avoid that extra inefficient period. But I do think we could do better and maybe help some people out.
Yeah, I'll say that we did have for a long time a great group, Heat Smart Tompkins in Tompkins County, that was working on education for consumers on heat pumps. A couple years ago, they decided that the mission had run its course and decided to end. And that mantle has been taken up by Cooperative Extension of Tompkins County, and they're trying to do a lot of this heat pump education. But certainly, we could all do a better job of telling that story.
I have Iris Packman and then Mike Ziegler.
Thanks for this, and thanks for being such a good advocate for us. I was curious if we have the data. Energy burden is a term of art, and that's considered if you spend 6% or more of your monthly costs on energy. If we have any data about how many households or residents in Tompkins County are currently energy burdened, and then if we've done the math to see, if this rate hike went into place, how many more would be considered energy burdened? And it's fine if you don't have that now.
Yeah, I'm looking at what we submitted in our testimony. I mean, we looked at federal poverty level, asset limited income constrained employed. I don't know that we were able to get specific energy burdens that was specific to Tompkins County, but I could be wrong on that. So we'll look into it. My colleague Haley would maybe know more about that, but we'll look into that and try and get back to you.
Thank you. That'd be great. I did also have a question about the testimony. It noted, I think, the number of households that had were behind on their bills. Or sorry, it says number of residents, but I'm curious, is that household or resident?
Yes, yeah.
It's household. Okay, so it was over 10,000 households, which we only have a little over 100,000 people, but so that's a lot more than 10%, right, of the households? Okay, thank you.
Mike Ziegler.
Mary, Lansing always got a bigger benefit for heat pumps because of the natural gas moratorium. I had read that's ending soon. Is that the case?
Could you repeat that last part, Mike?
I had read someplace that would be ending soon, the added benefit for Lansing.
I don't know if it's ending or not. To my understanding, unfortunately, due to some of the constraints of how the program was designed, it made it more difficult for some of the customers to take advantage of it because they only pre-qualified a couple of different firms to be able to be eligible for that. And then one of the firms went defunct and some of the other ones weren't doing as much business in that area. So my understanding is that it still exists and that it's still there for people to take advantage of, but it maybe doesn't get the recognition it deserves, or it's not utilized as much as it possibly could be.
Okay, thanks, man.
Mike, I think they also expanded it into other areas because we live in the town, and I think they were offering it to some of the town people as well.
Yeah, there was an expanded area for a little bit that people were able to take advantage of.
Any other questions for Terry? I'm sorry, this is for legislators. Question time. Okay, thank you, Terry. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
NYSEG, would you like to join us at the table? Great, and would you like to introduce yourselves?
Sure, absolutely. Everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'm Tim Ellis, Vice President of State Government Relations for NYSEG and RG&E.
Good evening, I'm Pat Fox, Senior Director for Energy Services for NYSEG and RG&E.
And my name is Joe Sayer, and I lead Economic Development for NYSEG and RG&E.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
And also joining us is Eric Verfus, who is our Manager of Community, Municipal and Community Relations. So I'm sure you all know Eric well.
Great.
Eric is going to pull up a presentation for us we've put together. So thank you, Chair Black and all members of the Legislature for having us this evening. And we really wanted to give you an update on a couple of things. Terry touched on the rate case, and thank you, Terry, for that process overview. I might have to steal that slide next go around when we're making our presentations for the next one, rate case, but also on impacts of what we've seen on customers' bills and supply prices over the last few weeks. I know there are a number of new members on the county ledge since we were last here, actually in early August. So wanted to start with an overview of NYSEG service territory and then specific to the Ithaca division, which you all represent. So NYSEG service territory serves a population of about 2.7 million customers. Make sure we don't run out of juice. 2.7 million customers across 40% of upstate New York. Going down to the Ithaca division, we have 953 square miles and serves over 63,846 electric customers, 32,768 gas customers. Our electrical system is comprised of 62 substations, 26 transmission lines, 87 distribution circuits, 2,216 circuit miles, which is made up of a little over 2,000 overhead miles and 204 underground miles. The gas system is about 606 miles of distribution lines here in the Ithaca division. So the first item we wanted to talk about was the customer's bill. We heard some comments from the public about, increases to the bills over the last number of years. And what we've been doing really since last winter, we thought it was important to get out there and educate our customers, elected officials, and other stakeholders of the components that actually make up your utility bill. This is updated, so it's representative of a bill someone may have seen in, I would say, early January. But the green portion there is the delivery charge. That is the charge that we are going through, that the rate case process we are currently going through makes up. And we are only allowed to increase those rates after receiving authorization from the Public Service Commission, after the process that Terry touched on, which is anywhere from 11 months, I think in the best case scenario. Our last one took about 15 to 16 months. The other portions of the bill are really outside of the utilities' control. Supply, you'll see, is about 44%. Government charges and mandates are another 12%. And in full transparency, we did a version of this for a March-April bill of last year, and the percentages were different. Our delivery rates did go up on May 1st of last year. So we thought it was fair to update that and show the proportions as they stand now. So that is, I think, just a kind of a threshold, issue for us, as we're talking about the rate case process, customers' bills, because unfortunately, I think a lot of times customers just see NYSEG on the top or RG&E on the top, and they believe it is all going to us. But really, for this bill, which was it's an electric bill, 715 kilowatt hours sample bill, only 40% of that bill is going to NYSEG to deliver safe and reliable service to our customers. So what is in delivery? So NYSEG and RG&E, we are energy delivery companies. In New York State, we are not allowed to own or profit from energy generation. In New York State, all customers have a choice of where they want to get that supply, energy supply from. You can either purchase it from NYSEG, which is a direct pass-through. We buy it on the open market, and Pat will go into some of the measures we can take to mitigate price spikes, or you can go through an energy service company. Those are your two options for energy generation, the supply side of your bill. So what influences your bill? Weather is probably the largest factor. Terry mentioned that New York for the last recent memory has been a summer peaking season or summer peaking state. But what we've seen in the last few winters and with the demand we're seeing, which Joe will get it, and when we talk about the rate case a little bit more, and how that has really almost done a hockey stick in the last 4 or 5 years on the number of load requests we're receiving. But as far as weather goes, here we have listed how much colder it's been in our certain portions of our service territory compared to last year. We were hearing from our customers, your constituents last year, and we know we're going to hear from them again. So we have taken efforts, which we'll go over, to educate them since starting really November, December timeframe, communicating them to any channels possible. You all may have recently received an email, text message, or a robocall from us. We thought it was important, especially over the last week of January, to let customers know, at least for planning purposes, that they may see a significant impact in their bill due to the supply side of the bill. So the energy supply cost, that's the other variable. We do have different retail rates that are residential rates that you can be on. One is called the SC1 rate, the other is a SC8 rate. SC8, I'll simplify that as our day-night meter. Those customers are incentivized for using more energy in off-peak hours. We're not allowed to do things like hedging, which Pat will explain a little more on that, whereas on our standard rate, which is SC1, we are allowed to do that to try to minimize spikes that we may see from the energy market. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pat to talk about what we've seen over the last few weeks.
So, as we've experienced, and we all know that the weather that we've seen over the last 3 or 4 weeks, starting at the latter part of January to the early part of February, we've had some pretty significant cold weather, and cold weather that stayed around for a while. As Tim indicated in the previous slide, our winter weather, if you look at it and we typically plan for our winter side from a November to March period. We're there from the gas side to make sure that we're there for what we call a design day situation, which happens once about every 40 years, to make sure that we reliably serve our commodity supply for our customers, as well as ensuring that we have the appropriate measures in place to try to mitigate some of the price increases or that volatility on the electric side that we would see, and it gets extremely tight out there. And what I mean by that is that fuel supply for our generation is tapped out, or it's reaching capacity, and that's creating a demand on fuel supply for our natural gas customers. This winter itself, for the first 3 months, November through January, has been colder than last winter, which was pretty close to what we call a normal winter. So we're seeing significant demand on both sides of our commodities. Just a little background myself, I'm responsible for the electric supply side and the gas supply side for both NYSEG and RG&E, so I'm very attuned to the processes and the costs and the markets that we explore and develop to put in for our customers' rates or customers' costs. So the key part here is that in this slide, you'll see this ring on the right side, and I pick one of the cold days that we had in the energy market that is Tim indicated, we don't own generation. We're actually in the energy market that's managed by the New York Independent System Operator, or NYSO. The only generation that we do have are some legacy run-of-river hydros that are helped to support our customers, but very, very small compared to our overall needs. And you'll see that in the ring, there's a portion that's pink and the portion that's orange. That represents over 60% of the fuel needed to serve the generation in the state to meet our demands. And you'll see that that's natural gas and fossil fuel or dual fuel, which is generally oil. So you have fuel oil and you have natural gas running or being consumed in the state to serve our demands during those colder periods. Well, at the same time, we also have gas demand on the system to serve our heating load for our customers. So we have a competing feature going on here that we have a very tight infrastructure in the state, pipeline infrastructure, with natural gas being served not only for these colder weather periods, but also for generation in the state. What I'm showing here is on that same day, January 28th, and that's right about in the middle of the first week of our cold period. It started January 23rd and it ended February 8th. You'll see a snapshot, and this is atypical that we would see in the U.S. And I put the site out there. You can go out and look at it at any point in time, but it shows that pretty much everything east of the Rockies in the United States and the lower 48 represents all in purple, which says that the energy price was greater than $225 a megawatt hour, which basically it's greater than, for that 5-minute interval at 7:55 a.m., it was 22.5 cents a kWh across majority of the lower 48. And those prices pretty well stayed in place through most of this cold period. We had some days which the average price was 80 cents a kWh in the market, feeding certain loads in the state of New York. So pretty significant, and it was driven by the cold weather pattern that reached all the way down to Florida, and I'm sure we've all seen in the news that the extensive reach of that weather causing outages in generation across the United States, as well as increased demand on natural gas, created this higher demand pricing that we see fueling these generating sources in not only the rest of the U.S., but more specifically in New York. So we gave an example of temperature changes from year on year. What we have here is a snapshot of just January itself, relative price change between January of 2025 to January of 2026. As Tim noted, whether it's gas supply or electric supply, if I pay $1 per unit for that commodity, our customers pay $1 per unit for that commodity. There's no markup and there's no profit on that. So in this example, you'll see that, and we have several different regions that we serve in, and I'll just bring out the central division, Binghamton and Ithaca. And you can see that last year, and for purposes you can see off to the right, I have the average price of $98.32 or 9.8 cents a kWh for average for January of 2025. You'll notice that for January 2026, that same 31-month period or 31-day period, that price increased on average by 80% to 17.6 cents a kWh. So it's a significant increase driven by the energy market, driven by the increased demand on gas, which feeds the generation in this state, the majority of the generation in the state. You'll also note that the maximum increase that we've seen here for January went from $235, 23.5 cents a kWh, to almost 80 cents a kWh for the month of January. So a rather significant increase in the wholesale market that serves New York. So if we kind of look at, from a supply cost perspective, once again, the wholesale, what's happened over year on year? I mean, we have colder temperatures. November was 16% colder than last year. December was 13% colder than last year. January was 16% colder than last year. And you can see that year-on-year comparison, prices were 50 to 100%, if not up to 800% on a given day as compared to the previous year. So rather significant increases, which leads me to the next slide. What's driving that? It gets to, back one. The natural gas side of the business. Everywhere you saw a peak increase on the electric side, you'll see that for that same time frame, we'll see a peak increase on the natural gas side. That's what's driving, once again, that's that competing force between serving natural gas heating load as well as serving natural gas electric generation load. So where does that take us? As Tim indicated, we have basically two classes of residential, SC1 customers. And in that portfolio, the SC1 customers, we have the ability to hedge some of our supply. In fact, and we're talking the electric side of it, on the electric side of it, the order that came out that permitted us to hedge says it can't be 100%, it can't be 0% of your portfolio. And we hedge based on the load profile. For January, we hedged about 80% of our supply. So while we saw those significant increases on the wholesale side, we'll be able to mitigate much of that price with the hedging portfolio that we had in place. So an example here, you can see that the blue line represents last winter. Now, recognizing that prices have gone up over the year, blue line represents last winter's pricing, and the orange line represents where we are this winter. We had a drop, weather got a little bit warmer, and then it turned cold, and we've been running up since then, which shows that about this point, our SC1 costs, relative costs, are about 50% higher than they were, at least at this, when this was put together, than it was last year. The other side of it is our SC8 customers, our day-night customers. We're not permitted by PSC order to hedge for those customers. We used to many years ago, but we were ordered out not to do that. In fact, in this rate case, we requested it to once again put that in place, and DPS staff has said that this should not be part of this case. We will have a separate proceeding to handle this. They want to look at the whole program. SC8 is not hedged. They're purely tied to those volatile gas prices, electric prices that you saw on the previous slide. When we got up to $700 or $800 per megawatt or 80 cents per kWh on a particular hour, they were exposed to that. And that's partly because, as staff's position is that they have the ability to shift their demand. Unlike an SC1 customer, it's the same price. And I recognize that in Tompkins County, as well as across NYSEG, we probably have about 120,000 customers that are day-night type customers. And we look forward to the proceeding to try to build that program to help mitigate some of that volatility. But you can see that they're feeling a pretty significant increase. Those who are being served by NYSEG, I can't speak to the ESCOs that serve those customers, but they're definitely feeling an increase because of the wholesale activity or the energy markets that's being administered by the New York ISO.
I think the numbers for the Ithaca division are about 8,000 customers are on the day-night rate of our residential customers. So those are the folks that will feel the impacts soonest because they are directly impacted by the market changes. The standard rate, thankfully, due to the hedging, we're able to provide to almost insulate them a little. So they may see an impact a little in the outer months. But then on this slide shows just some of our communication efforts that we've rolled out really since last winter. Everything from educational emails, text messages. You can get text alerts if your usage is higher than it has been previously. If you enroll in those. And then we also, the most latest was after seeing this severe increase in the supply cost, over the last couple of weeks was letting customers know they may see a significant impact to their bill. So supply is definitely an issue that we're grappling with. I think since 2020, the price and supply has gone up over 100% over the last 5 years. So there does need to be more supply. It is a simple, supply and demand concept. We run into weather events like this, whether it's summer, because this can happen in July and August as well. And we've had parts of our service territory in the last few years where we've had, extreme impacts in the summer cooling seasons as well. So that is definitely a major impact on a customer's bill. I don't know if we want to keep going through to the rate case, or
why don't we take
questions?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and take a break for some questions? Iris Peckman, then Deborah.
Thank you all for coming out today. I was curious, you talked about how that 40% of the bill is in fact the supply charge. That's not the delivery charge, right? And there's sort of 40% or 44%, I guess, supply, 40% delivery. I'm curious if you know, or if we know, what percent of the bill is for return on equity?
So our current return on equity is 9.2%.
So is that 9.2% of?
No, it's about, I could get back to you.
It's of the 40?
It's of the delivery.
Of the delivery, okay. So so you're at 9.2%, NYSEG is asking for 10%.
That's correct, that was in our
in the rate case, okay, which we can talk about for the rate case. I think that's all I had, thank you.
Deborah Dawson.
I'll just say on the return on equity, that is can earn up to amount. That is not, and I can say in the last number of years, just going from memory, we have not come close to that. So it really is 7, 8%. I could get you those numbers, it's all publicly available.
Deborah Dawson and then John Hunt.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the time you spent putting this presentation together. I'm not sure I understand why we've spent the last 10 or 15 minutes talking about supply costs, because we understand, everyone here understands, the supply costs aren't anything you control. The reason we're here, the reason there's a rate case, the reason we're participating in that rate case, it's another rate case. We've had rate cases year after year after year after year, and your delivery costs keep going up. That, as I understand it, is not a function of the cost of supply. So I think, frankly, that's why we're all here, and that's what we want to hear.
Sure. Should we dive in?
Yep.
Please.
More questions?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and they're going to answer this question, and then we'll go through everyone else.
Answering Deborah's question.
Yep. Do you have anything to add on
why? I mean, we wanted.
I think it's very justified that you're telling us supply costs are going up, but there's no reason for you also to say that because their supply costs are going up, that we're going to tack on our own NYSEG cost, because that's what's really, collectively harming our residents.
Well, I think there's a couple things you have to look at. So if we were to increase supply, we need to have the appropriate distribution and transmission network to deliver that supply to customers. Without either, you will never be able to tackle affordability. And I know that may seem counterintuitive, but the investments that we are proposing to make do mean affordability. It will be stronger poles, stronger wires, so we don't have to spend the $180 million that we're putting in for recovery of storms into our rates. They can withstand the storms we're seeing, and we can also deliver more abundant supply at a lower rate to customers safely and reliably. The system, the grid is transitioning to a winter peaking system, and we've already heard about heat pumps. I just installed a heat pump in my own home. And we've already, it will be, within the next decade, probably a winter peaking system. So the investments we have put forward in our rate case which the numbers that were shown earlier are part of our rate year one numbers. We file a 1-year proposal, but we also file data to support 5 years, a 5-year proposal. And it was our intention and our desire to reach a multi-year settlement, whether that be the historical 3 years. We thought more appropriate a 5-year plan so we can spread those costs out, impacts out on customers, and also be able to get the infrastructure and the equipment we need and deal with the supply chain issues that we've been seeing since the pandemic, frankly, to better, get better prices for our customers. And that, I can tell you from NYSEG leadership on down, was the strong desire and hope for going into this rate case.
Okay, I have John Hunt, Randy Brown, Mike Sigler, Greg Mezzi, Irene, Deborah Dawson, and Judith.
Okay.
That's just about everyone.
Quick question.
Dan?
On page 8, you had a circle chart of the fuel mix, and it shows wind, I think, is 18%. Then it says other renewables. Does that mean solar is down there about 2%?
So this is a chart that's developed by the New York ISO. It's a wholesale focus. So it doesn't take in consideration what exists behind NYSEG's system and that we call behind the meter distributed generation. But that the other category would, as the NYSO would look at it, would say this is contributing to overall or serving overall demand. So solar would be part of that as they would understand it. They don't see the numbers directly because they only see the net impact to the system.
So solar is not on the chart?
Not spelled out specifically. They might.
Would it show on the chart more in the summer when solar is a?
Solar, in generally speaking, solar in the winter is less than 2% capacity factor. So if you had a 100 megawatt facility, you're only going to get maybe 2 megawatts out because most of the time, like in the winter, you have snow covered on there and they're not generating. So you don't expect to see much solar or PV support.
Do the people who have solar fields on their farmland clear that snow off routinely?
I don't know if they will routinely.
I'm not talking about on my roof. I don't have any.
Right. We have installed on NYSEG's system about 700 megawatts of distributed solar, of which today, a day like today, well, after the snow melt, we would probably see about 5% contribution to lowering the load to the NYSO. During those colder periods, like this day, we had a lot of snow, so a lot of those facilities still had snow-covered panels and not producing anything.
So does that raise the cost of providing solar then?
No, the cost actually is set by what we call the marginal unit. So the marginal unit could be somewhere down in New York City running, and that sets the marginal energy cost for the whole state. So then there's adjustments to that depending on location and losses, but it's not set by solar. In fact, most solar facilities get whatever the wholesale market bears.
Randy Brown. Do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. The only state that gets less on the New York state is Alaska, by the way. So I want to thank you guys for helping me as I went for a re-election because they complained about NYSEG and didn't say anything about taxes. So I swear every place I went to, they had an issue with their bills. And I have quite a few questions, but I'm not going to ask them all. My main question is, the people that speak to me that say their bills have doubled or tripled or whatever the number is, is there a system we can set up so that we can track what the experience is they're having? I mean, when the people tell me their bills doubled, I don't understand that. And I'm not talking about this particular season with that. I know there was talk of you closing the Ithaca walk-in, but I think there's got to be a way for somebody to collect all these bills to really understand what's going on, to the point that Judith made on how people can reduce their electric bills, some knowledge of how people can do that, and that's how NYSEG could support them. I've got people unplugging everything in their house. People are doing everything they can to reduce their consumption. And the rest of the questions I'll submit to Eric.
So, I mean, we're always happy to talk to customers in regards to their bill and figure out if it is a potential meter issue, or more likely they deserve an explanation for why their bill is increased. I do that constantly with the business community as I'm more focused on economic development. But the biggest way that we've launched over the last few years to help customers understand their bill is the Energy Manager tool that they have access to through their NYSEG, either the app on their phone or their computer. Most customers have smart meters installed now. They can track by the hour what their energy usage is and what's driving that usage in their home. So that's a great tool for education. But in regards to just in general customers' bills doubling, a lot of that is driven by the supply price or supply charges. Our delivery rates have not doubled.
There's really no risk to NYSEG for supply, because if the bill is part of your rate case, so if you're buying energy and it went up 30%, you just pass along to the consumer, right? Is that how the rate case works?
Yeah. Yes.
So each year we actually go through a reconciliation with DPS staff on the actual cost of whether it's gas or electric. We prepare plans for them both twice a year for the electric side and once a year for the gas. And then, as I shared, we reconcile those costs. So that there's basically a line-by-line check about what we incurred. And if there's anything that they're concerned about, they will actually, DPS staff will actually send in over some interrogatory requests, data requests on, basically explain what happened. Or give us the analytics behind your hedging and those types of things. So we do sit down and share that, and actually they come in and audit that on an annual basis to make sure that those costs are prudently incurred.
And I would also say that the biggest risk to us with the fluctuations in supply, is customer arrears. Between both our companies, RG&E and NYSEG, we're sitting at about $230 million in customer arrears, which unfortunately, since the pandemic, has continued on an upward trajectory. So when the supply, we buy from the generators, at whatever that price is, pass it along to our customers. If we are not made whole at the end of the day, that is a loss for us, and we're the ones out the and then that becomes spread out through our delivery rates to all customers.
Mike Sigler, did you have your hand up? Thought he did. He might have put it down though. Next is.
I did.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Mike. Well, I'll just start by saying it's interesting that you just mentioned the arrears. I could see a lot more sympathy if you were to ask the state almost for an arrears bailout, as opposed to maybe putting that on ratepayers. Mm-hmm. Just ask for a direct subsidy from the state, because, the state didn't allow you to collect during COVID, and I think that's where some of those arrears came from. My question, though, is you were talking about natural gas kind of driving a good portion of these prices. If I say something wrong here, just correct me. But, New York State, NYSEG breaks it up by zone. We're in Zone C. I could understand maybe your customers in Orange County having much higher supply costs just because they are natural gas. They're getting it from CP Valley. But upstate New York, there just isn't that much natural gas production. So, we're getting our power from non-natural gas sources. So I guess I don't understand. If you could explain that to me, that would be great. Because, by my count, we only have just under 500 megawatts of power generation from natural gas in upstate New York. Some of that is like Cornell with 30 megawatts that doesn't even hit the grid. So that's where you're kind of losing me on the natural gas argument.
Thank you for that question. Earlier, I had talked about that the marginal unit sets the price of electricity in the state. And generally speaking, that marginal unit is located downstate. So every hour, there's an economic evaluation that sets the generation needs. And if you think of New York as just while we're not this way, as just a copper sheet. If you have a megawatt generated down in Long Island, it should be the same price up in Buffalo or Plattsburgh. So when we talk about the marginal unit, they go through a queue of serving that demand as if it was a copper sheet anywhere in the state. And it happens to be downstate, is probably one of the most highly congested areas, downstate and further east, the most highly congested area on the gas transmission system. And I'll just give you a kind of a point of reference. We typically buy gas in the NYSEG territory at about $3 a unit. Okay, on a normal day like today, it's actually like $22.50 a unit. But downstate, that same price could be $7 or $8 a unit because of their congested natural gas. During those colder periods, like the February 7th, 6th, and 7th, prices were, while we were paying $60 a unit, downstate they're paying almost $180 a unit. That fuel, that's the same fuel that goes into the generator, and therefore, if you have higher input fuel, you're going to have higher generation output, and from a cost perspective. So if you have that, if that is the marginal unit, that is the next megawatt to serve the state, everybody pays that same level. That's the way the New York ISO market works, energy market works. So even though you're right, we have lower cost supply, gas supply upstate because of the access that we have to how we plan our storage injections and how we buy our gas out of the Marcellus Shale. We still are impacted by, on the electric side, the gas cost to those generators that sets the price for the whole state. And that's every 5 minutes, the price gets set based on the next marginal unit. So it's a very complicated process, giving us, you know, what's the fuel coming in and what's the generation cost coming out.
Is it set by zone? Because I mean, I paid 11 cents per kilowatt, I think, last month.
Right.
Didn't you pay much more than that?
Okay, so right, you paid 11 cents for our SC1 rate, which takes in consideration the activities. So when I talk about the New York ISO, I talk about the wholesale level. It doesn't take in consideration the actions that we take in electric supply to help mitigate from price volatility, and that's our hedging program. So while prices might have spiked at 800 a megawatt hour, 80 cents a kWh in one particular hour, the hedging that we put into place capped that. So overall, the SC1 customers are being protected by those high volatile prices for the forecast that we put into place. But if it's colder than what you had normally planned for, you're going to consume more. So some of that exposure, that higher price exposure, is going to be felt by all customers. So you're seeing the retail side of it from the activities that we take at NYSEG and our sister company RG&E to help mitigate against all that volatility. It's not a perfect science. Certainly prices 2 years ago were a lot cheaper than they were last winter and even this winter. So the hedging probably didn't work as well as we had seen it this year. And you're seeing the benefit at 11 cents a kWh.
Okay.
Greg Muzzy.
Yeah, thank you. Gentlemen, we got a tough job. I mean, bless you for it. You know, sometimes, I mean, you can choose your employer, but you're stuck in a hard spot, so I appreciate you being here. I'll first say it with that. To go back to an earlier comment on the aging infrastructure, that's often used like that's a customer problem. Your company dates back to, I think, somewhere around 1852 as Ithaca Gas Lighting Company, and then was acquired over many different iterations, and then in 2008 with its last acquisition by Avangrid. Is that correct?
2015.
15. Okay. It says Energy East in 1998, which was acquired by a Spanish firm in 2008.
2008 was Iberdrola USA.
Okay.
And then Avangrid was created in 2012 14, 15 timeframe.
Got it. So I'm going to use the example, I'm a small business owner, right? And I have investments that I need to make in my infrastructure. Unfortunately, I don't have a product that is life dependent for people to consume, right? Like you all do. But it would seem to me that I would love to dictate what I could get on my equity, even if it was just a small amount. But I know that some years I may lose money, or I may not make money because I have to invest in my infrastructure. It seems to me that with all these acquisitions and purchases, we show pictures of aging grid, transfer stations and poles that have deteriorated. For me, what that shows is that there hasn't been a consistent or enough of an investment in improving the delivery mechanism, the grid, right, over the many years, and that we've probably milked the cow a little bit more than we should have, rather than reinvesting into those things. We've pulled that money out. I would love to be in the position that your company is in to be able to dictate what my return on equity is, but I just don't have that luxury, and you all do. So I guess I'm getting a little tired of hearing that the aging infrastructure is the consumer's problem when it's actually your problem. And I would like to see you say, hey, you know what? We're not going to make any money for the next few years till we get our house in order. And we make the investments that are required for our company to deliver what it promises to deliver, which is consistent, reliable, safe energy. And so I guess I'm not really asking you a question. I'm making a statement, and you just have the opportunity to sit here and listen to that. But I think it's absolutely crazy that you have that luxury. But then it's positioned in many of these type of conversations like it's our issue as customers, because you want to extract money back to Spain. I get it, right? People are in the business to make money. That's one thing. But if your business is failing at what it's promised to deliver, then sometimes profit or return isn't in the cards. And I just would be curious what your company's position is on that.
Well, what I can tell you is that you're right. NYSEG and RG hasn't been making money. And in fact, since 2014 and over the last decade, we've received more than $1 billion, almost just under $990 million from our parent company to make the investments in the system that were not allowed by previous rate agreements. So we have not been given the ability, and there's a number of factors, and if I'm someone who worked in government for 16 years, if I'm in DPS's shoes, if there's no demand, I'm not going to allow building capacity to nowhere, right? But the rates were kept, and especially during the pandemic, they were artificially capped at about 2%. Our last rate case made up for that. Made up a lot of ground for that. And our customer service metrics, our Katie and safety metrics show the results of that. But the system is a dual fuel system. It was never designed or was not built to handle the demands that it is seeing now. And Joe's going to talk about that. I mean, we have seen since 2022, is it a 15% increase in demand load? Whereas normally it's about 2% increase that you see year over year. So we can only make the investments that we're allowed per our previous rate agreements, and almost $1 billion more so we can make the investments we have made has come from our parent company.
Well, I guess that,
I'd be happy to walk through. I have all the statements of cash flow, could walk you through that. Dividends do go out, but contributions in the aid of capital come in, and they've come in $990 million more.
So I appreciate that. And just to be clear, you're not able to make the capital investments under the rate case if you're not given the authority to do that, but you still have the ability to make those improvements outside of the rate case if the rate case isn't improved.
That is incorrect.
Okay.
We're only able to make the capital investments that are approved by the Public Service Commission because it ties to the infrastructure that we then put into service in any given year.
Okay, so you can't put in any money outside of passing it on to the customer without the Public Service Commission approving that.
So capital infrastructure investments, which we'll get into, aren't directly passed on to the customer. That's tied to the return on equity number that was previously discussed. The work that goes into that and a lot of the other investments that need to be made to run the company on a daily basis are more driven by what's passed on to the customer.
Okay, I appreciate it. Again, you guys are in a tough spot and appreciate you sitting in the seat you sit in.
Irene Weiser, Deborah Dawson, Judith Hubbard, and Veronica Pillar.
Yeah, so to follow on to this conversation, Greg, and thanks for bringing it up. Actually, first, I'll just, before following on to Greg, Deborah, to your comment, you're 100% right that we're here to talk about the rate increase, not the supply costs. My guess is that the reason that NYSEG talked about the supply costs is because that's what's impacting people now. And to the extent that we have people out there in Zoom land or YouTube land listening in, people need to understand that that's what the big cost driver right now is supply costs. I will add something that you guys did not add is why is it that gas prices are going up? Yes, partly because demand, electric demand in the state is going up, and a large part of that is not from massive build out of housing. We all know that there's housing shortage. It's largely from large load customers like crypto mining and data centers. And so that's a whole other issue that does need to be addressed. But the other piece as to why gas prices are going up, at least to my understanding, and you guys, I know, are far more immersed in this than I am, but 5 years ago, we had a glut of gas in this country from fracking. Following COVID and the war in Ukraine, and some things that were set in motion, I think largely through the Obama administration, we built several gas export facilities in this country, and we are now exporting. We are now the #1 exporter of natural gas in the world. So we are sending our supplies overseas. They are paying a premium for it, and that premium is coming back to us to have us be competitive to Europe and other places that we're supplying with gas. So that's part of it. There's also other issues that I won't get into. But Greg, to your point, and I think I'm just going to sort of summarize with a term what you were talking about as deferred maintenance. That there's been quite a lot of deferred maintenance from NYSEG over the years. You guys used to brag that you had the lowest rates in the state, and you did. You did. But we paid a cost for that because maintenance was deferred. We have also been dealing with, well, some of what you've said I think is disingenuous. You are able to spend money on anything that you determine needs to have money spent on, and if you can prove that it was a prudent investment, you would be reimbursed for that. So that expenditure is allowed. Further, and this was pointed out in this current rate case by the review of the Department of Public Service staff, we were billed for $100 million worth of electric infrastructure investments that you guys did not make. So if you figure we had roughly 1 million NYSEG customers across the state for electric.
1.1.
Yeah, so roughly 1 million, and 100 million that we were billed for that you guys didn't spend. That was $100 in every person's pocket that you took from us, every customer's pocket. And I know that there's going to be a reconciliation, and that some years down the road, after all of everything gets, figured out, that money will get reinvested back into the rate case. But the bottom line is that you have not been spending the money that we give you prudently. We have been emptying our pockets to you guys, and you have not used the money. You have failed to improve the reliability rating. 6 years in a row now you have failed. You've been paying fines for it, and somehow the message of paying fines for your failure to fix the reliability, those fines haven't been enough because you continue to fail the reliability requirements for this state. Customer service, same thing. You have failed to achieve the targets that have been set for customer service. We hear it over and over again, people who've been on hold forever or, can't get their bills sorted out. It's just not right. It's not fair. And there's some real serious management, systemic management issues at your company. In the previous rate case, the one that we're already living under, it's like all of a sudden the news broke that there were, I don't remember the exact number, what is it, 60,000 utility poles that are rotting in the ground and needed to be replaced. Why weren't we told about that in the previous rate case? And in the previous rate case, why isn't there, some sort of schedule for replacing these that all of a sudden it's like you wake up and go, oh man, we got to start replacing poles. It's just been mismanagement for so long, and we are being victimized by it. The vegetation management is another piece. And so I just want to point out also the return on equity that some people have been talking about. That's for investments in capital projects, in infrastructure. It's not for operations and maintenance. So they don't make any money, make any profit over operations and maintenance. It's profitable for them to let the system run down to where they have to fix it and have to replace parts. You are taking advantage of us. Vegetation management has been an unbelievably chronic problem that has cost people. I got an email today from somebody who documented 18 outages in the past year. 18 outages in the past year. I've been on calls with the Public Service Commission or with rate case or other things related, and had my power go out in the middle of it. It's just absurd, and most of it is because for years you have played around with how to do vegetation management to your company's advantage. And so this goes way back to Eastern Energy. I hope you guys know this is not personal to you guys, and you're here and you're new to the scene, but you got a heck of a mess to clean up, because it has not been working for a very long time. So back when Eastern Energy bought out things before it went to Avangrid and Iberdrola, it was Eastern Energy. They decided to outsource all of their vegetation management crew. There had been staff, arborists and other people who knew what they were doing. Outsourcing is a sort of maybe way to save money, but it wasn't done that way. It was done to just ignore doing vegetation management. We were paying for veg management. It wasn't happening. They fired most of the people. It got very run down. Then you'd apply for, money to do a veg management on a cycle trim, which NYSEG wasn't on until recently. And staff was cautious about that because of the mismanagement they'd seen, and so they hadn't given you the full amount of money. The amount of money that they were given, some years, NYSEG issued the RFP too late. And so all of the vendors who would go do the trimming were already taken up, and so you ended up having to pay a premium for the tree trimming that, had you planned in advance, would have happened. Another time around, I forget, the standard is, 10-foot by 15-foot clearance or 15 by 10, whatever it is. Anyhow, NYSEG decided to skirt the requirements of that, and they did it 8 by 10 instead of 10 by 15. And we paid for that. And we've paid and paid and paid for you guys to overspend, to underdeliver, and to disregard that this is money out of our pockets and we are not getting the service that we deserve from you. So there's a whole room full of anger. There's a whole, there were 70 or 80 people who came to the public hearing to speak about the problems with your company. It's been longstanding, and there has not been enough of an effort to get it sorted out. Meanwhile, and this is, again, public information that's been made clear in the filings of staff when they reviewed your proposal, that there were, I mean, in the last rate case, there were so many complaints about the filing itself and how inadequately
do you mind wrapping it up a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just, there's a lot. There's a lot that's gone wrong. Staff has complained about it. You haven't complied with the orders from the commission as to how to fix your filings. It's just wrong. It's just really wrong.
Thank you.
So if you wouldn't mind, if it just to respond. So I can't speak about what happened a decade and a half ago, but I can about the finances and the support we've received from our parent company over the last decade, so being part of Avangrid, and those numbers speak for themselves to make the investments. I can also speak for the last 3+ years I've been with the company and the change I've seen in the company. And I can tell you there has been a dramatic shift to localizing both NYSEG and RG&E. Trish Nilsson, our CEO, was president and CEO of both utilities. She still currently is chief executive officer, but she's hired 2 local presidents, one at RG&E and one at NYSEG, to manage the operations and capital investments that are being made at both companies, with a laser focus on meeting those metrics. And while we didn't hit the safety metrics at NYSEG last year, we got one of 2. Customer service hadn't hit, I don't believe, any of them in the last 4 or 5 years. 3 of 4, with almost an 85% satisfaction rate from our customers. And that's from a company who gives people a bill every single month. So there has been improvements. We know it's not, our work is never done. And, I used to work for a transit system. You're only as good as your last rush hour. You're only as good as your last outage. So we are going to keep focused on those efforts, and I do strongly believe they are materializing.
I'll take a quick turn. I think what I've heard loud and clear from our constituents, from the people in this room, is the fact that we've lost trust in you as a public service organization. And whenever we get our bill, we don't know if it's accurate. Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. You put the smart meters in, all of a sudden our bills go up 40%. I mean, I hate to believe in like voodoo and conspiracy theories, but I'm starting to believe in conspiracy theories that you guys are tapping into my house and, charging me crazy amounts. I think, unfortunately, the problem that I'm really having, though, is the fact that you say you want the customers to come to you. You say I'm thankful that you're here tonight. However, in one breath, you're here tonight and you're presenting to us, and then in the next movement, you're actually closing the office so that all of our constituents that have concerns or questions about their bills can't even go locally and ask a question about their bill. And so what I would love to hear from you tonight is a commitment that you're going to actually keep the office open here in Ithaca.
So, as you're aware, the rate case is currently on the litigated path. Those were all, a lot of the variables in the rate case could have been worked out through settlement discussions. And that's why it was our interest to enter into those settlement discussions so we could come up with creative solutions to the challenges we're facing. It is not an easy task for us to put out, increases to our customers. Affordability is paramount to us as well, because without our customers, we're nothing.
Well, that's not actually true, because quite honestly, none of us have a choice not to go through NYSEG. Because if we did, we probably wouldn't go through NYSEG at this point.
Yep.
It's like Spectrum. It's the only place we get Wi-Fi. So guess who everyone has? Spectrum. Or if you live in Dryden.
Dryden Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Dryden Wi-Fi. But we don't have any choices. You are clearly a monopoly in our area. And so the only choice we have is you guys.
And that's why we are highly regulated, and unlike Spectrum, Verizon, and all those other companies where there are choices, we are limited on our ROE. That's why those regulations are in place, is to limit the amount we can earn. That is how it is set up in New York State.
Okay. Deborah Dawson.
Thank you. First, I want to say that I agree with Mike Sigler. I think that if you have over $200 million in customer arrears, you ought to take it to Albany and get a subsidy for that. But that is not my question. So I take from the entirety of your presentation so far that what's driving up the supply costs is demand. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But then you said that a big piece of your rate case is to create new infrastructure so that you can meet increased demand, and that will drive the cost of everything down. Can you help me understand how increasing your ability to meet more demand is going to make the cost of supply smaller?
As more supply comes on the system, that will bring that side of the bill down.
But your infrastructure isn't what's going to bring more supply into the system.
Well,
if that's true, then you have more control over supply than you're telling us.
With transmission, that's why we are doing what are called the CLCPA Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects, is to unclog the energy highway that is in New York State to move the supply around the state. And one of our sister companies in New England, of which Avangrid has 3 other companies there, we had the NECEC transmission line to move energy from Canada into New England. When they were testing that out, supply costs went down by 50%, from $120 down to $60, because it unbottled and it brought more supply into the market.
Is that what you're?
It's a combination, and on the transmission level, it's moving it around the state and getting it to places like the Ithaca division. But then on the distribution level, it's getting it to places that want to grow, that want to have housing, that want to have manufacturing and economic development.
That's only going to work if you're also building infrastructure to bring energy in from Canada or somewhere else. Is that what you're doing?
So we're moving energy more efficiently across the state of New York. And as Pat said, the supply price is set pretty much by downstate New York, where they do not have the abundance of clean energy, as Mr. Sigler pointed out.
But if you're not increasing the amount of energy in the state, then you're not really addressing the cost of supply.
Well, as more renewables come online, we need to be prepared to move that energy. It is NYSEG and RG&E and our other utilities, National Grid, Central Hudson, Con Ed. That is our mission as energy delivery companies.
Okay, let me shift gear here for a minute. I wanted to ask you about something that I received, that KPMG financials for 2024 show that in 2024, NYSEG's net income increased some 15% from 2023, net income of approximately $244 million, and that's net of monies distributed in CEO pay to Avangrid, bonuses, let's see, money sent to Avangrid and Iberdrola, that the net income was net of payments to Avangrid of some $152 million, which lowered NYSEG's income so that net income of 244 was really 396. And putting that all together, let's see, the net income was 396 million on 2.37 billion of revenues, or 16.7% profit, which is quite a bit more than your 9.2% return on equity. I mean, these numbers are out there in the public. This is why, this is not personal to you gentlemen who are sitting here tonight, but this is why people hate NYSEG.
Understood, and there is a lot of misinformation out there, but if you look year over year at our statements of cash flows, and yes, it is a true statement, we do pay dividends. We have to pay dividends, and that's why we have an ROE set, is to attract investments to make the capital investment, and attract investors to make the capital investments that we need to make. So we need to pay the dividends out to pay for those investments. But the same statements of cash flow, some years there isn't, some years there is. And again,
so wait,
I'm happy to.
I just want to stop. You said we need investors to make capital investments. Isn't that what we're all doing?
I thought the rate case paid for that.
Yeah.
It does not pay for all, the rates pay for the operations of the business and also essentially the mortgage payment on investments that we are making.
Well, it just looks like, as usual, Main Street is subsidizing Wall Street.
Okay, Judith Hubbard.
Just want to follow up on Deborah's comments, her first set of comments. You spent this first part of the presentation telling us how supply costs are outside of your control. And so people should understand that the bills are high because supply costs are high. And then you spent this confusing period of time telling us that actually supply costs are in your control because you can change them if you make changes to the grid, which would imply that actually you're responsible for those high supply costs in some way. So I feel like you probably should have just cut your losses and stuck with the plan that supply costs are outside of your control and advances to the grid are not going to change supply costs, because there's not a lot of evidence that that's actually true, or you're taking responsibility for having high supply costs because it's a result of poor planning in your grid development. So I don't think we need to litigate this a lot more, because we really have the second part of your presentation to go through, which I think is maybe more critical. And I look forward to the extended discussions I anticipate we'll have then. But I do think you should be a little, if I were you, I would be a little more, less willing to take on responsibility for supply costs in this way. Because, you know, that's something where at least you have an excuse.
So the reason we wanted to point out the different portions of a customer's bill is just to point out that we really want to tackle affordability, which we know there's a hyper focus on, and there should be currently. You really need to look at the entire bill.
Okay, I mean, just because you're bringing up affordability, I'm looking at a piece of paper here that says you want to increase the delivery charges for natural gas by 48.1% in a single year. So affordability is a word we can talk about, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah, we can dive into that. A couple of things before we jump on is that there was mention of going to the state regarding the arrears. Last year, we did spend a lot of time talking with members of the legislature on trying to develop a arrears matching program to incentivize customers to start paying down their arrears. It wasn't a handout; it was a hand up. Was the philosophy? Because unfortunately, we've seen a trajectory and a behavior that people are not interested in paying their bills since the pandemic. So we have spent that time, and unfortunately, we've seen assistance that's come from the state be a bill credit to everybody in this room. It amounted to, I think, $10 to $13. Not everybody needed that $10 to $13, and we thought it should be more focused on those people that need to get out of the hole they're in.
want to briefly reply. Saying that people are not interested in paying their bills that are in arrears is, I think, a misrepresentation of the financial situation that these people are probably in.
That was not my intent.
Veronica Pillar.
Thank you. Deborah brought up most of what I was going to ask, bringing up the numbers from the NYSEG's financial report, which I didn't track up to interactions with Avangrid or Iberdrola or dividend payments to Qatar or BlackRock or wherever they go. But I think, Tim, you said something about NYSEG not having made a profit in recent years and named an amount of money of like that your parent company had given or loaned. Can you help me understand, because I'm not a finance person, how that matches these statements of revenue minus expense equals 200-something million dollars for NYSEG specifically? This would be in 2023 or 2024.
So I'm not looking at the documents you all have, and I'd be happy to take a look at them. But all I know is that if you balance the dividends that have gone out with the contributions in aid construction that we receive from our parent companies, we have received $990 million more than what we have paid out in dividends. And that means the reasons we needed to receive that is because there was storm costs that needed to be made up. We have to pay our vendors. When 40% of the state is getting active weather, we're mobilizing crews. That's something I'll talk about in part 2 of the presentation. When we're making the investments, though, they don't sit there for the next rate case. We have to pay those vendors. So our parent has had to step in to, besides the revenue that we have invested back in the system, to provide above and beyond that.
But 50% of your dividends are paid to your parents.
Okay, I have 3 more speakers, and then we'll take a quick break, and then you could do your second part, if that's all right?
Sure.
Okay. Dan Wakeman?
Thank you. I've decided to pass.
Okay. Travis Brooks, do you have your hand up? Okay. Greg Mizzi?
A quick question. Those investments from your parent company, are they secured or guaranteed by NYSEG that they'll be repaid in any way?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, I'd just be curious of how those investments were actually made, right? Because if there's certain mechanisms where, you don't necessarily expect it to get it right back immediately. And there's some that it may be guaranteed or secured, which is common practice for companies to lend from parent company to not. So I'd be curious to know if that money actually could go back, should, let's say, I don't know how NYSEG goes under, right? But should that be the case, but is that money automatically going to get paid back? Even though it hasn't been paid back to date, there's an expectation that that money will come back at some point, I'm sure. And then just the second thing, and again, I'm not typically one, I'm very pro-economic development. I'm not one to comment on corporate leadership pay. I recognize that also, though, in 2024, I think it was Avangrid CEO got a $10.6 million bonus. Understand that's collective from an entire, conglomeration of all companies, et cetera, et cetera. But would just be curious to understand what's the performance that we're incentivizing, because this piece of the pie doesn't seem to be performing on all cylinders, even though it does sound like there's been improvements made. I think a lot probably to the current CEO or president CEO of the local NYSEG RG&E efforts, which also recognize that she's one of the lowest paid investor-owned CEOs in New York State. So it seems like she's maybe doing her part to keep the costs down. But again, it's all of these data points to my colleagues' consideration that just lend itself to we're struggling. Our constituents are struggling. We understand that maybe locally there's a strain and there's a struggle, but the bigger picture, it's hard for us to see the struggle. And so that's, I guess, where I would kind of leave my comments, but would just be curious to know if the investments that were made were securitized in any way, and if there's guaranteed payment back to whoever made those investments.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but we can circle back with you on that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and Judith is going to wrap us up.
Thanks. You've said, you don't have access to the documents we're looking at for financials, which is fair. We also don't have access to the documents that you've mentioned about financials. Is that something that you can share with us?
Sure.
Thank you. If you could send those over, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we will start back up with the second part of your presentation, if that's right. Thank you.
Sure.
I should have said the document I'm looking at is
What's that? How is it, John? It's a horrible cookie, isn't it? There's no such thing as a horrible cookie.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
When we recess for executive session.
Were you in the car when you guys walked in?
Yes.
I thought you were.
Were you jamming?
Yeah, you scared.
Oh, no.
What car?
We saw Gerald at the stoplight, and we're like,
No, I have Ruby. I said, be here at midnight because I have a training program. And I said, can you bring 2 spoons for me to hold my eyes open? Oh. And then she said, so puncture your eyeballs. I think there's some gray juice somewhere.
oh, God.
Oh, no. Okay.
Okay, legislators, why don't we grab a seat and we could start with the second part of the presentation.
Is Chris ready? Okay. Me.
I'm all right, buddy.
I didn't have to qualify. I'm not a legal person.
Hey, Jeff.
That's not the point. Just because of what income is disputed.
So you have
Okay, go for it. Part 2.
Okay.
We've all consumed some cookies, so we might be a little bit nicer. No promises, though.
So, and just to follow up on a couple of questions that from the last segment, the equity contributions we received, they do not have a guaranteed payback. So there's no long term. It's really for the health of the system and of the company. Okay, on to our Powering New York plan. So as Terry earlier mentioned, on June 30th, we filed our rate case proposal, which we call our Powering New York plan. And that was, the reason for filing was we were reaching the expiration of our previous multi-year, which was 3-year rate plan. So in order for NYSEG or RG&E to increase their rates, as I said before, we need authorization from the Public Service Commission. So we filed a 1-year rate proposal, but then with data for 5 years. Sometimes companies will do 1 year with multiple years. We decided this time to go out to a 5-year rate period. The revenue requirement, which is the amount of money we need to run the company on an annual basis, broken down for that 1 year, was $488.7 million for electric and $90.3 million. Break those down into the drivers that we broke it down into, which was state policy and mandates, correcting legacy issues, base activity needs. Base activity needs being to deliver safe and reliable service to our customers. Correcting legacy issues is to play some of that catch-up that we've talked about. And as kind of Legislator Weiser brought up, we did not have a cycle trim for multiple years, which we thankfully got in our 2023 agreement. This breaks down the categories a little further. You have CLCPA phase 1 and other upgrades that are necessary for electrification. Make ready to support broadband expansion, which is what we've seen since those initiatives have launched is a lot of times we're having broadband connectors connect to our poles. Our poles cannot withstand the weight of that equipment, so those poles need to be replaced. That cost, I think about 75% of that has ended up on the utility side of absorbing the cost of that. There was some legislation passed, signed into law by the governor to require an insourcing New York State of our call center employees. NYSEG does outsource a number of our call center reps. We have about 200 plus in-state reps, but do, because of savings to our customers, use out-of-state vendors and have so for probably since the late 1990s. So having to do that in a, not knowing the outcome of a rate case, we had to include that number of FTEs in our rate case proposal. Roadway Excavation Act, another one, has to do with prevailing wage. NYSEG has great relationships with our unions, both IVEW, Local 10 and Local 36, and our private unions. So it's not an argument on prevailing wage, but it is was a change mid-rate agreement that happened that increased our costs. And then customer support programs, the energy assistance programs that a lot of our companies or a lot of our customers take advantage of, those are all paid for by rates. Most recently, the state just expanded to a new enhanced energy assistance program, which kicked up the minimum to the median income of residents in New York State. And actually, I think that is per regions of the state. And then taxes. NYSEG last year paid about $420 million in state and local taxes and fees. The correcting legacy issues, storm costs. We were thankful to a year or so ago, and it took effect on bills this past February to be able to get through the legislature, signed by the governor, the ability to submit a petition to the Public Service Commission to recover an exorbitant amount of storm costs for NYSEG alone, about $700 million in storm costs that had built up over a number of years. We have to pay our vendors when we put them on call, or we are, getting hotel rooms and mobilizing throughout the state. The way the recovery of that had not kept up with what it was actually costing for what we were realizing we were allowed in recovery was about $50 million a year between both companies. I can tell you, I don't know if any of you remember last January, not this past January, when the Bills game was postponed, that week alone cost us $120 million. Only being able to recover $50 million, it doesn't really work out for the finances of the company, so we had built up a large amount of storm reserves. But at the end of the day, the commission ruled that that was a benefit to our customers, and we were able to save them about $110 million over the life of those bonds by selling that debt to the market. Arrears, we've talked about, $230 million, both companies, about $115 million at NYSEG. Reclamation, catching up from not having that cycle trim, is something that we are truly reclaiming our right-of-ways because we did not have the ability to do that cycle trim. And then CapEx to correct legacy underinvestment. So if we were not allowed to make the investments, or if the demand recently has increased, we need to play catch up on that. And then our base activity needs. We need to continue that 6-year cycle trim of vegetation management, building the system to capacity to be able to accept new growth and larger loads as we do move towards electrification, whatever the pace may be. And then natural gas is really focused on reliability, asset condition. We're proud at both NYSEG and RG to have a world-class gas system, and the investments here are focused on making that the already safest system in the state as safe as possible and really as tight as possible, and making sure there are no leaks, because that in itself will reduce emissions and help the state reach its goals. So I mentioned we submit the data for 5 years. It was our hope, again, not to be going down this litigated route, but to be hopefully in settlement negotiations to be able to come up with solutions. That multi-year plan would have spread the increases out over a number of years for customers and also allowed for planning on their part, but also would have allowed us to manage a lot of the challenges we were seeing on supply chain. I think, transformers, for instance, there's about 13 suppliers in the world of transformers. So as you can imagine, when we need to expand capacity and get a piece of that equipment, it can take, I think we were in the neighborhood of 60 months to probably doubling, if not even more than that. And then it's just a more comprehensive view of long-term investments, knowing where, so we can more strategically invest in the system. I don't know if the county works off a 5-year capital plan, but I know state agencies, a lot of municipalities do look at that 5-year time frame to plan out their investments, and this would have given us the insurance to have a 5-year plan to do that. That's why we went with the 5-year number. I'm going to turn it over to Joe Sayre to kind of dive into these investments and particularly what we were proposing for the Ithaca Division.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you to all of you for having us here this evening to talk about our rate case. So as part of our proposal, we proposed a $12.6 billion investment in NYSEG service territory over a 5-year period as part of that rate case. That included a $10.9 billion investment in electric capital. That investment, and I'll speak to our Ithaca division specifically, is designed to not only replace that aging system infrastructure that has lived and served our customers over its time period, but also to increase system capacity to support housing goals, economic development, and New York State electrification goals. So to give you a little bit of history on the grid and why this investment is happening now and why there wasn't just a continued building out of the grid over time, the last significant investment in the grid in the United States in general was really over the 50s to 70s. And then advancements in energy efficiency and also really a decrease in manufacturing and industrial loads in the country led to utilities across the country not needing to make significant investments to update this infrastructure that was doing its job. However, that infrastructure is now 50 or 60 years old, and in New York State, which I'll get to on the next slide, we're really seeing a historic period of growth in demand on the grid. And that's really nationwide as well. It's not just a challenge that we're dealing with, but we are dealing with it a little more severely than other states because we're an older state and an older grid. We also have significant money proposed for gas capital and operations. Some of those were mandatory investments that were required out of our management audit to submit as part of our rate case. The other ones are, as Tim spoke to, the focus on continuing to deliver the safest natural gas system and reduce emissions as much as possible while natural gas still plays a part in New York State's energy future. We have $657 million proposed of investments in customer service. Some of those things are expanding to a 24-hour call center to allow our customers to reach out to us and make contact with us on their schedule, as opposed to the current, I believe it's 7 to 7 today. A portion of that money is economic development grant funding that since I joined the company 4 years ago, those grant programs have been responsible for helping retain and create over 25,000 jobs in New York State, which greatly helps affordability when we're bringing in good paying jobs to the state and retaining those good paying jobs in the state. There's $455 million proposed in electric operations. Those are things that help with the resiliency and reliability of our system. Those are things like the tree trimming program. Those are things like putting in automation devices so that we can reduce outages and other maintenance on the system. The impact of our proposal would support nearly 28,000 jobs in New York State, both direct, indirect, and induced. And it does have a significant amount of support across New York State, with receiving over 117 letters of support from organizations like the New York State Laborers, the North Country Chamber, the agency Broome County, the Council of Industry, our MAP partners in West Buffalo, Niagara, Greater Rochester Enterprise, among others. So as part of the $10.9 billion comprehensive system investment plan, we wanted to address capacity issues, especially in an area like our Ithaca division that is really on the cutting edge of electrification in New York State. You're electrifying much more rapidly than the rest of the state due to some of the ambitious goals that your community has put in place for yourself. But electric capacity is a challenge, and it's a challenge on both the supply side, which we don't control, but also the distribution side, which is really the wires and poles that are bringing power to your all homes. So we have three ways to address capacity proposed in our rate case. The first is our distribution load relief program, which we instituted in our current rate case and has been extremely successful doing short-term, or not short-term fixes, but short-term projects that allow us to build immediate capacity in the system in areas that need it. We have a proposal to deal with emerging capacity needs. These could be large projects, either manufacturing or large housing projects, where right now how the tariff that governs how we do business operates is if you want to connect to the grid and your load is going to cause an adverse effect on our current customers, you're responsible for any mitigations that may be needed or upgrades that are needed to offset that load. However, we recognize that could potentially be a detriment to housing growth. It's certainly a detriment to economic development growth. And we've proposed the customer cost allocation program, which allows us to cost share with those housing developments that want to come online, with those new jobs that want to come online, by putting in what we believe is the fair share due to an objective process called the kayak process. And then it's designing the grid, and here it says future needs, but a lot of those needs are today, because the load in New York State was declining from 2000 to 2020, and then COVID hit, and the load and load growth in New York State has hockey sticked since COVID. And it's been driven by a multitude of factors, including new industrial and manufacturing load as companies saw the weakness in supply chain and are now reshoring manufacturing jobs. That New York State's been doing a significantly great job attracting businesses. The growth in housing, and it's not only just the all-electric housing, but just in general, a housing development load is significantly greater than it was just 5 years ago. The rule of thumb forever was 1 megawatt of load was 750 homes. The last 750 home development that I worked on just over the last 6 months was 4.5 megawatts of load, and that wasn't all electric. Their all electric load would have been over 12 megawatts of load. So you're seeing a significant increase in just the need for electricity. So we have the Comprehensive Area Studies program, which are larger investments on a regional level, and we have one proposed in the Ithaca division that I'm going to share on the next slide. But what it allows us to do by dealing with system upgrades at a regional level is harness efficiencies and reduce costs for our customers. If we were just to go substation by substation or circuit by circuit and make these investments, two things happen. One, they take much longer, and two, costs go up. The cost of electrical infrastructure over the last 5 years has skyrocketed. As Tim mentioned, the supply chain for electrical infrastructure is insane now. A transformer that takes a year to manufacture takes us 3 years to get, and that's due to you're literally waiting in line because they're some of the most necessary pieces of equipment and most in-demand pieces of equipment in the country. And these suppliers of those equipment have not taken advantage of that, but the market has dictated that those prices increase. And then our transmission reinforcement program's extremely important because that's what gets power east and west and north and south across the state. That's what is the governor's goals with bringing on new nuclear and new generation. It's those programs like our transmission reinforcement program and our CLCPA program that will enable that supply to be able to impact all our customers and therefore hopefully drive down supply costs in the future. But specific to our Ithaca division, we have almost $1 billion in capital investment proposed over the next 5 years. is if you see on the map, this is a screenshot from our capacity map. Red is bad. Red means we have less than a megawatt of capacity on either the circuit that serves that area or the substation. Green is good. As you see, there is some green on this map, but I would say it's over 80% of New York State is red today. So we have a $677 million investment that's proposed in the northeast quadrant of Tompkins County. And that's important because those systems in that area are typically our 4 kilovolt systems, which is a legacy and now today outdated standard of delivering electricity. It can't support as much load, which will therefore reduce the ability for people to electrify, reduce the ability for new homes to be built in those areas. So we're proposing upgrading almost 100 miles of circuitry in that area, in addition to five substations across the area. Then our CLCPA Empowering New York projects, this is a $248 million investment that is designed to help meet the New York State's energy needs. These projects have upgrades all throughout our Ithaca division, and the goal is to help get us to that 100% electrification. And then the transmission system reinforcement program, we have $37 million proposed just in this division alone, which is what I spoke to on the last page, how that helps us get that power that's from generation across east and west and north and south in New York State. And these CLCPA and transmission system improvements are necessary because when the grid was designed and the transmission system across New York State was designed, it was designed to bring power from very dedicated sources to the rest of the state. But now with the growth of wind and solar developments across New York State, they're building generation in places that the transmission system was just not designed to handle. So these investments are allowing us to take advantage of all that wind generation and solar generation that's occurring across New York State. And this is just, those are proposed projects. These are some CLCPA projects that are ongoing right now. We have our Finger Lakes Area Infrastructure Reliability Project that's $77 million. That's rebuilding 21 miles of 115 kV line. To give you an idea, 115 kV line can typically support up to 300 or 400 megawatts of power getting into an area. This upgrade will allow us to increase that number of power that we can bring across the state. And then we have the electrification Ithaca project phase 1. So this is rebuilding 5 substations across the Ithaca division to help support the continued electrification that we are seeing here today. And I'll turn it back to Tim to discuss our proposed bill impacts.
So these should be very similar to the slides. We just have residential impacts here. Again, these are the 1-year numbers. The goal of a multi-year settlement would be to spread these impacts out over 3 years, whatever or what has historically been, or up to 5 years is what we supplied the data for. As Terry mentioned, in a litigated case, we will only end up with a 1-year rate case agreement, and likely be looking at that at some point this summer, late spring, which means that we will, in order to make the investments that you saw on the previous slides and keep the investments that are ongoing going, we will need to go back in for another rate case because we have no other means to make those investments other than through the rate case process. So that's where we stand with things. There's several weeks left of hearings that will happen, and then the judges will make a recommendation after a number of weeks, and the commission will act on it. But we will likely be back here sooner rather than later to discuss probably a very similar proposal, possibly, because these investments are needed, and we want to keep the lines of communication open. And transparency transparency has been the strategy. There's no hiding anything in this rate case. We have to put on the table everything from, transformers to toilet paper. Everything we buy is regulated by the Public Service Commission. So we appreciate your time this evening and open to any other questions.
Thank you. Let's see here. I do want to do a time check. It's 8:36 and we do have an executive session this evening, just to remind everyone. So if we could keep our questions crisp and just have an eye on the watch here. Judith.
Thanks. I'm looking at these percent increases that you provided on this last slide, where you said you're proposing an increase of 25.3% in electric and 32.3% in gas. Is that the increase in delivery charges or the total increase you expect on the bill if you assume that the supply charges will stay the same for whatever reason, considering the presentation we just had?
So those are full bill impacts.
Because those actually don't match either the delivery bill increases or the total bill increases that we have in our other document provided by our own.
There was an update. We are given the opportunity to make an update to our filed proposal around the September 15th timeframe. So those numbers are reflective of that.
Can you tell me what the delivery charge increase is?
The delivery charge increase, I can get back. I don't have that in front of me.
You don't have that?
I can.
I thought that was the point of this presentation.
We'd like to talk to how the customers are going to see it. So overall bill impact, we believe
Okay, but we just talked about how customers were going to see wild swings in their supply charges. So when you average in something where you're making assumptions about supply charges not going up, it seems like misrepresenting what people are going to see on their bills. But in any case, whether or not you're going to put the delivery charges on the sheet, I'd like to know what they are.
39.4.
For gas, 39.4.
Increase in revenues and electric. This is all available on the DPS's website. There's a very helpful one-pager. And a 35% increase on electric.
And can you tell me what the increases were last year?
I can get back to you with the exact delivery breakdown of everything.
Do you know the increases in any of the previous years?
I can get you the entire.
Okay, I mean, I can read to you what I found, but I can't guarantee that it's correct. But it's what I was able to find, which frankly was quite difficult to find, and it required some significant digging on New York State websites and opening obscure data files and going down to page 98 in the appendix. So it's not transparent, which is, I think, something that bothers a lot of people. What I found is that in 2023, you raised electric prices by about, a delivery charge for electricity by about 17%. And the same in 2024 and the same in 2025. That's 3 consecutive 17% increases, totaling about 62% increase in electric delivery charges over 3 years. And for gas, it was a much more modest increase of 5.6% each year. Now, inflation, I believe, over that time was 3 or 2% in each year. So I think you can understand, and you probably knew this coming in, that this is why when you provide this document talking about providing price stability, price stability does not mean an increase of 17 to 35% in delivery charges year over year. And I, for one, would love to see a 5-year plan that provides price stability and cost stabilization. And I'm sure that if you had proposed a 5-year plan that actually provided cost stabilization, everybody would have jumped on it. But I just don't see where that's coming from. I have one last question, which is, does this multi-year plan to try to match this growing need for electricity incorporate data centers?
So the answer to that is yes and no. So part of that is the transmission system upgrades will allow larger loads to come on. But in terms of how data centers impact our customers, Data centers, when they put in a request, they have to go through the New York Independent System Operator, which holds jurisdiction over allowing them to connect to our grid. And then they'll be given a suite of upgrades that are required that bring the grid back to normal operating conditions, and they are required to pay for those upgrades 100% out of pocket. Our customers, while the transmission system upgrades that are part of CLCPA do benefit larger power moving across the state, that's indirectly benefiting data centers, but that is those projects are designed for the CLCPA. The things that would directly benefit data centers are 100% covered by them.
Can I rephrase that to make sure I understood? It sounds like we are strengthening our electric grid, which will allow data centers to come online using the grid that we have strengthened, and that at some point in the future, they might have to pay us back? That's what it sounded like to me.
So then I mischaracterized that or misphrased it. So indirectly, there's a benefit to all customers by the transmission system being strengthened. But if a data center wants to interconnect to our grid, they have to pay to ensure the grid is in the same or better condition as it was before they interconnected. So they have to pay fully out of pocket for those upgrades before they can even connect to the grid.
Okay, so if we were hypothetically to install a data center in Tompkins County that uses 4 times as much electricity as the rest of the county combined, then the data center would have to pay for 4 times as much infrastructure to make sure that they can get that power to the data center?
Well,
billions of dollars.
They'd be paying significantly more in the delivery rates, yes, but there would be an upfront cost to them for the infrastructure that would be necessary to be able to connect them to the grid. And that upfront cost isn't necessarily just here in Tompkins County. That can be 100 miles away to ensure that the grid is, as well as here in Tompkins County, to ensure that the grid is stabilized. Those upgrades are called out by the New York Independent System Operator. Jurisdictionally, we don't have jurisdiction over if data centers connect to the grid or not.
Okay, my last question is, you said they would have to pay these higher rates, but in fact what I'm seeing in this rate proposal is that the increases for commercial and industrial use are lower than the increases in residential delivery costs. Is that correct?
So we have, I think, a total of 14 different customer classes combining residential and commercial. So we could get you the breakdown for each one of those customer classes. I think would be the best way to answer those.
But you don't know if they're lower or higher?
There's some cases where they are higher, and there's some cases where they may be lower.
And do you know if the proposed increases are lower or higher? Because what I have in front of me says residential, and I understand that the numbers have recently changed. Here it says residential delivery bill increase 34.7%. I believe you told me it was something a little smaller than that. Commercial increase 24.9%. And for gas, residential increase 48.1%. That's the old number. Commercial increase 30.1%. That's a pretty big difference.
We can drill down on what exact customer those are.
Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, to follow up on Judith's last point, based on the numbers that Terry provided us with, residential customers are getting a much larger increase across the board than commercial and industrial customers. And I was given to understand that might have to do with the fact that you've got to run more wires to many houses than you do to one big industrial user. But nevertheless, as a matter of fairness and affordability, which supposedly you're concerned about because you've got your cost allocation, your proposed cost allocation program and other mechanisms, it seems to me that residential customers are the least able to afford these huge increases. A commercial or an industrial user can say, okay, this is going to cost me X more, I raise my prices. Residential users can't go into their boss and say, hey, my electric bill's gone up, so I need a raise. That just does not work. And if you're really concerned about affordability and equity, you ought to be taking that into account as you allocate the cost of these massive investments in infrastructure. You know, I'm not sure that I understand what these differentials reflect, other than the fact that commercial and industrial users have better lobbyists.
We can get those, you know, those breakdowns to you. I think there's also, you know, they are going to use a significant amount more of power as well. So on a scale.
Residential users?
No, commercial and industrial. So while
Okay.
maybe a lower rate, but it all depends on the customer class, and we can get exactly what that is.
Rachel Ostlund?
Thank you for the presentation. So when you were talking about the drivers for the rate case, one issue that stood out was correcting the legacy issues, which we've already talked about a little bit. And that would include, you know, kind of covering the cost for systemic mismanagement regarding replacing utility poles, being the last utility company in New York to have a vegetation plan. So again, we talked about this a little. I'm still not sure why ratepayers are bearing the burden for the deferred maintenance and the kind of legacy underinvestments, and maybe just poor planning on behalf of the company in the past. And I understand there's, you know, changes that are happening, and maybe we won't see this going forward. But more importantly, I just noticed that you're asking for a rate increase when people clearly can't afford the last one, partially to go after people who have late payments, because arrears recovery is one of your issues under the correcting legacy issues. Sorry, so people can't pay their bills, and then you're saying that one of the reasons you need to raise people's bills is so that you can go after them to get them to pay their bills, which kind of seems almost diabolical. And just for a little bit of background, because this was in the testimony, so in Tompkins County, in 2025, only January through August, there were 10,727 households who had fallen behind in utility payments. And over that same time frame, there were 4,853 households who experienced disconnections. So if we've already experienced this double-digit rate hike, and these are some of the effects that we're seeing, and we're looking at another one, my specific questions to you are, what do you expect will happen when these rates are increased in terms of late payments and shutting off people's utilities? And that's not a rhetorical question. Like, I genuinely don't understand how you think people will be able to pay bills when they already can't pay them. And then for you to explain kind of how you plan to then implement arrears recovery. Like, how do you go after people? Are you sending them to collections? How do you collect that money? And to what extent do you do it? Is there a threshold?
So in arrears recovery, it's a combination of absorbing the arrears that we're owed, and that's spread out across the customer base. There also are mechanisms where we can write off arrears, and you send them to collection. So it's not necessarily cost of enforcement, but it's spreading that cost that's required, that's going to be absorbed by all customers. Also in New York State, a customer can get a deferred payment agreement for as low as $10, zero down, $10 a month. And that is something that eligible customers can get currently. So as you can imagine, $10 a month on a significant utility bill will take an extreme amount of time to pay off, while service is still being provided to them. So those are protections within New York State. We're also not allowed to terminate service during certain months and under certain weather conditions, which we understand. And so, I mean, that's what that arrears recovery is signifying, is those costs that are associated with having that amount of arrears.
the $10 a month on top of whatever their current bill is, which they already can't pay.
Right.
So how does that help them?
So their minimum payment is $10 a month.
On the bills that they didn't pay in the past?
Correct, and then
So that's
their
in
bill
addition to their current bills, which are not $10 a month. They might,
correct.
Setting them up.
right. So,
And there also is about over 400, between both companies, over 400 million in additional energy assistance money proposed in this plan. So all the energy assistance and arrears works together to try to provide assistance to those customers that truly need the assistance.
but even just looking at last year, I assume a lot of those protections and programs are already in place, and we already see.
They have been in place for a long time. This is the increase that is required to keep running those energy assistance programs. I mean, the $10 a month hasn't been updated in decades. That's been the minimum for a very long time.
Okay, so do you think it would be fair to say that you would expect to see many more people falling behind in their payments and many more disconnections, given the information that we have?
I think depending on what would happen in a litigated case that we're in currently, or what the results of a negotiated settlement, that would depend on that outcome. But you know, it was our desire to be able to spread this out to smaller increases over a period of time that customers could then plan for, to try to soften the impact on customers.
It didn't really answer my question. But.
Okay, it's 8:52, and I have 4 more speakers here. So just please be aware of the time. Iris Packman.
Okay, so wanted to clarify, you've given us 2 documents and they, one of the documents is not adding up to what was filed. So I just want to understand what the revenue request was for electric and gas. So I've seen that it was $464.3 million for electric and $93 million for gas, but this document with the circle chart has $488.7 million for electric and $90.3 million for gas. So can you just clarify which numbers the current number?
That would have been reflective of the September 15th.
So which number is
the greater of the two?
Is the current number?
Correct.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And it should have only been, I believe, only a change on the electric side.
No, because on the gas side, it was 93 million, and now it's 90.3 million. So I guess it's gone down on gas, but gone up on electric.
It may have,
Okay, yeah, because electric, it looks like it went up about 24 million.
Correct.
Okay, so this is for the 12-month filing. So your NYSEG is saying that for the next 12 months, there's a revenue requirement of 579 million.
Roughly, yeah.
That's what those two numbers add up to. And that's partly, you're saying, due to state policy requirements of 142 million for the coming year?
Or out of that the drivers of that 1 year filing, correct?
Yeah, so 142 million just to comply with state
correct
laws. Okay, so the staff of the PSC who work for New York State, they also propose a revenue requirement. Right, so they are also saying what they think is reasonable. And their total is 85 million across both electric and gas for everything.
Okay.
Which is, just a little more than half of only to comply with the state law according to NYSEG. So I'm wondering if you can explain that, because these are state experts assessing what is needed to move things forward in a year, and they're saying total NYSEG only needs 85 million, and you're saying you need 557 million, including 142 just to comply with state law.
I think it's fair to say that $1 billion in investment for the Ithaca division would not happen under that proposal.
In this 1 year?
Correct. Per staff's testimony.
Okay.
So it would be status quo.
Gotcha. And I think, we're talking about these big numbers and these big ideas. I do think it's important to anchor it also to like the actual people that are being affected. So, this hits close to home for me. I grew up with a single mom. She worked at a grocery store. I remember overhearing her as a kid begging NYSEG not to turn off our heat. Like, that was scary for me to know that we might actually not have heat in Ithaca winters. So I feel that, and this has not gotten better. So I just wanted to share, I have a friend who runs a fund in Ithaca called the Robin Fund. They're through GIAC, and they give direct cash assistance to low-income families that need help, like one-time help with things like paying their utility bills, paying their rent, fixing a car to be able to get to work, that kind of thing. And he just shared the annual report, happened to come out today. He said this year, they had more than twice as many families applying for relief just for their utility bills than last year, and it's a huge outlier. They've never had so many families coming to them saying, please, we cannot afford our utilities. They gave over $27,000 of just like individual donations that this fund raised just to help people in Ithaca. And about half in Ithaca and half within the county pay for their bills. And I just want to read you some excerpts from these applications. We are trying to get help with a NYSEG shutoff notice. I'm a 66-year-old senior and 2 kids living on $1,565 from Social Security per month for 3 people. Can you please help us? Another applicant. I have an outstanding NYSEG bill that I'm unable to pay. I'm a single mom supporting a 3-year-old and afraid of my gas and electric being shut off. And finally, I'm a single mother of 4 children. My SNAP and cash assistance is not enough, and they recently cut the money they used to give me. I owe for back rent and utilities. How are these folks going to be able to get by next year when the rates go up another 30, 40%? What are you expecting people to do?
That's why we proposed the multi-year plan again, so they would not increase by the numbers that you saw there.
So you're saying
the numbers that were filed that we translate into rates, it was not the intention of NYSEG or RG&E for those to be the ultimate rates.
So you're saying if you could collect this huge increase in 1 year, then the next year after that, you would no longer have to collect increases because you would have done it all in that 1 year?
No, it would turn out to what the revenue requirement is for each of those years that was agreed upon amongst NYSEG, RG&E, Department of Public Service, and the other 35 parties that are there to the case, along with Tompkins County.
But the revenue requirement that you're seeking is 6.8 times what the state says is necessary.
Those are the investments we feel we need to make from the feedback we've gotten from the communities we serve in.
But if part of your plan is customer service and you're also pulling the Ithaca office, how is that going to be meeting needs?
The proposed closure of the walk-in offices were our less trafficked offices. You can also pay your bills at a Walmart. There's opportunities for other people to pay them. It is open 2 days a week from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Well, that'll work great for the folks who are working minimum wage during business hours.
We've also enhanced our outreach, through online, and also do our in-person community connection events that we'd be happy to set up to help customers in the Ithaca division.
Well, I'd be curious about this single mom supporting a 3-year-old or 4 children being able to get to an event from 9 to 3, 2 days a week.
That's the office hours that are open currently. Our events for community connections are usually after 4 to 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
Irene Weiser.
So a little bit just to bridge to what Iris was talking about, and your revenue request versus what the state staff said was appropriate. First of all, there's no way that what you proposed for your 1 year translates into a 5-year. There's just no way. And the staff, in reviewing your proposal, time after time after time, said there's no justification provided. You didn't provide cost histories. You couldn't provide demonstration of need. They just wrote it off because your application failed. And this has been a chronic problem. And so it's nonsense for you to say that this would have been spread out over 5 years. It wouldn't, because the projects weren't justified. I want to switch to sort of a different topic. You were talking about the New York ISO and the costs for interconnecting, for example, a new data center or whatever, and who pays for that. Do you have any idea of how many megawatts of solar or wind are waiting to be connected in the service territory, in NYSEG's territory?
Not in the New York ISO queue, no.
Okay. And what about the amount of megawatts in new load that are?
In the New York ISO queue for new load, there's roughly 17 gigawatts of load in that queue.
In the NYSEG?
That's statewide. They don't break it down by territory.
Well, you can filter it by territory. I did it while we were sitting here. So there's 1,300 megawatts of new load proposed in the NYSEG service territory, and 1,500 megawatts of solar and wind that have been waiting from as long as 2016 through 2021 was the most recent application, and none of those have been built yet.
And there's some projects that are in this rate proposal that would allow those projects to come online, like the Meyer substation just west of here, that will likely be put on hold because of the outcome of this rate case.
And in those wind projects and solar projects being in the NYSEG queue since 2016 doesn't mean they're waiting on us. Like that typically it leads to their company's decision to.
So how many megawatts are waiting on you?
Well, anything that's waiting on us would be in progress of being built out. That wind and solar interconnection for like distributed generation or some of those NYSO projects are also, those are funded by those generators because they're going to make money off of those, same as the data center side on the other side of the coin. So it just depends on how long the projects take, but your typical interconnection wind or solar project, if you need to upgrade a substation or transmission line to support that, is a 3 to 5 year upgrade, and that's just driven by the electrical infrastructure supply chain. The equipment needed to interconnect those is all custom designed and built to meet the needs of that project, and unfortunately those supply chains, like a 345 breaker takes 5 years or 4 to 5 years to get right now. A 115 kV breaker takes 3 to 4 years. So a lot of that is waiting, but it's waiting based due to the supply chain issues that we're facing nationwide and when it comes to electrical infrastructure.
Okay, thanks.
Travis and then Travis and then Randy.
This is quick. Our colleagues have rattled off these numbers, 17% for 3 years in a row in delivery charges, the number of people that receive cutoff notices, the number of people that have been cut off, the applications. I know all too well about the Robin Fund. When you're asked what do people do, you say, well, we're kind of giving you this information so people can plan for it. How do people on fixed incomes plan for this? What do they give up? Do they give up food? Do they give up housing? What do they give up to be able to support your rate increases? How do they plan for that? My bill is double what it was last year. No differences in my household. Mm-hmm. I happen to have 2 jobs, so I could plan for it. It's not comfortable, but I can plan for it. When I get to a point where I'm on a fixed income and I'm looking at these delivery rate increases every year, plus these supply rate increases, tell me, how do I plan for that? You have all the answers. Tell people on fixed incomes how they plan for this. What do they give up? What, in your opinion, what are people supposed to give up to plan for these increases in their NYSEG?
I mean, look, as far as with the supply increases that people just did, there are actions municipalities could take. There is a sales tax on everybody's bill. I think I just saw earlier, and there's been municipalities. 2 years ago, Westchester County did it. A number of municipalities, they did an energy tax holiday. Those are actions that municipalities or the state could take. If we want to look at affordability, there's a list of over 25 mandates that are on the utility bill that makes up 12% of it, and that's why we showed you that bill explainer. And I think there needs to be a conversation on what programs are working, and are these the appropriate times, and that's money coming from customers. That's money that those customers on a fixed income are paying. So that's the
what I hear you saying, though, is not us.
Right.
The government,
We should cut our income,
Yeah.
but you should get your $579 million.
What I'm saying is there should be a conversation that takes into account the cost increases that we have seen as a company go up, because we have seen under the same pressures that everybody is under.
And so are we.
There needs to be a
Thank you.
conversation.
But you said 12%?
But 12%.
Out of the 100%.
Out of a typical customer bill for January, about 12% is state mandates.
The other 88% is what?
There is
44% was
supply.
But that's NYSEG.
No.
Who am I paying for my supply?
You're paying either an energy service company or you're paying us for what we bought for you.
I'm paying you.
There's no markup.
Okay.
They're only
Allowed by law.
40%, Travis.
40% for us to deliver safe and reliable service. That is the only reason, and that the bill explainer that I believe Eric provided breaks down an actual utility bill.
But have you delivered reliable service? How many outages did you say, Irene? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
There was somebody in email this morning who said 18 outages this past year. And for the past 6 years, NYSEG has failed to meet the criteria that the state sets, the target that they set for reliability. 6 years in a row.
So we're not paying for reliable service,
That's right.
but we're supposed to plan to pay more for a service that's not reliable, that you just said we're paying for. So we're not paying for what we're getting.
We're not getting what we're paid for.
Thank you. But we're going to pay more to get less.
If the investments will get you to the reliability, and the 17%, after 17%.
But you haven't been making investments. We've been paying for years.
We weren't given the ability to make investments when we had artificially low rates.
There was $100 million in electric system upgrades given in the last rate case that you guys did not spend.
Okay, we're going to go to Randy, and then Randy, you'll wrap us up.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and being in the hot seat. As you can tell, we listen to our constituents, and they're all worried that they can't afford these bills. It's not just NYSEG, it's everything else. All the inflation over the last 4 or 5 years, even today, it all compounds. And we've seen an increase in our food bank visits. The volumes are going up a lot. And we're strapped. So, and you're saying there's really nothing you can do, right? It is out of your control. It is what it is. The cost is the cost. And if we want to invest in it, it's going to cost more, right? So my question is, does the federal government or the state government ever fund this infrastructure stuff? Are you looking into that? And the second thing is, what can you do that we can share with our customers on how they control their costs? The best way to reduce your cost is to reduce your consumption. If you don't reduce your consumption, then the cost will continue to go up. So that's my question.
Yeah, we can get information on energy efficiency. We can bring an energy efficiency team here to work with you and work with your constituents. We'd be happy to partner with you all on an open house or whatever we wanted to label it to educate our customers. We're continuously doing that. And then to your first question, as far as state programs, there have been a number of efforts by the state. Most recently, with the Power Up proposal that the governor included in her budget last year for advanced capacity improvements. There was something called the proactive planning proceeding that allowed utilities to go into, at an off-rate case basis, put forward investments from the demand we were seeing. So there have been a number of initiatives that the state has steps they've taken. But there needs to be another mechanism for these investments to happen. And we're not arguing that the pressure on the bill is too great. But to both, we're happy to work with you. And on the supply cost, we would like to get back in the generation game. NYSEG owns a lot of real estate to be able to do renewable generation where it makes sense. Maybe a way to have more supply on board.
In addition to what Tim said on the supply, before it was deregulated in 2003, utilities were able to offset a lot of those delivery rate increases to the bill because they owned supply. In since that deregulation, all of that now goes into that 40% of the bill because that supply price that is the market rate, like generators are making significant profits on it. And before deregulation, utilities were able to use those to offset the delivery costs and infrastructure upgrades that were required to support customers.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to privilege of the floor for legislators. Okay, I don't see any hands. Thank you for helping move this meeting along. Let's go ahead and do standing and special committees. If we could also, whenever we're giving our reports, if we could make them as crisp as possible so that we stay somewhat on track this evening.
Shauna, what about the county administrator, the county attorney, and the director of finance?
Yeah, we should do that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go for that. Let's see here. Bridget Nugent is here for the for county administration. Hi, Bridget.
Hello, good evening. No report from county administration this evening.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see here. Next, we can do Daryl Tuttle from our finance department.
The only item I have to report is the December sales tax. If you would like, it is part of the packet. I can read it through, but to make this go quicker, if you all are okay with it, you could just ask me any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Daryl?
I think we're all questioned out.
We spent all of our questions.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you just very briefly tell us, I'm trying to look at these charts, is it up, is it down? My brain is a little shot. Compared to last year, December.
Okay, so compared to last year, December, the overall sales tax collected in Tompkins County is down 0.21%. But overall, the whole year, we're still up 3.5%. Now, that's the whole year. So I did kind of look at last December compared to this December. And last December, there was an adjustment up of 300 and I believe it was 80,000. And this year, it was only adjusted up 80,000. So overall, and that's just due to their proration and their reconciliation process, which the third month of every quarter, that happens. So overall,
Okay, that's basically all I needed. Yep, thanks.
You're welcome.
Just a quick question, just to clarify. I think this is the top, 5 rows of this chart. Is it the percent change outside the city was 4.5-ish, and inside the city was 2.37? Is that right? So I'm just curious. So that it looks like more buying is happening outside the city of Ithaca. It's increasing faster outside the city than inside the city. Is that right?
The numbers show that you are correct for the month of December.
Oh, just for December. Okay, cool. That's interesting. I guess maybe some of the big boxes for Christmas shopping or whatever are not in the city. Yeah. Thank you.
Hold on, let me rephrase that. If you're looking at the top part, nope, you are correct. That's for the whole year.
For the whole year. Yeah, I'm curious if that's usually how it breaks down.
I can look back to see if historically that's how it's happened, but it appears just from the numbers that this has to do with a huge decrease inside the city, for December versus outside the city. But I can go and compare the numbers to see if that's a trend that tends to happen.
I would be curious, just because when we're thinking about economic investments and development, like if we're seeing a lot more growth happening in the outside the city versus in the city, I think that's relevant for us to think about where we need to be, responsive. So I would be curious about that when you have time. It's not a rush at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think one of the reasons is that we're seeing a decrease in tourism, and it certainly is not like tourism time, but a lot of the places where people are staying typically are in the city. And I think they were saying, whenever Peggy Coleman came in, what is it, like 40% of our Canadian friends that used to visit are no longer visiting. So that could have some impact.
And online sales probably continues to have an impact as well.
But overall, we're still up 3.5%. So it's not
from
that
last year.
What?
All the inflation, everything's costing.
Well, but I'm saying, I'm curious if the ratio of where we're collecting the money from is shifting from city to outside the city, or maybe it's shifting more toward the city. But I think it would be good for us to have a sense of that. Maybe this is always how it is, but I'd be curious to see that trend.
Daryl, what might also be helpful is that I know NYSEC puts out every month like the category of, like automobiles, housing, retail. It would be nice for us to see where our industry is coming in at.
I can reach out to NYSEC to get that.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, and any other questions for Daryl? Okay, thanks, Daryl. Maury Josephson, our county attorney.
Other than complimenting your cross-examination skills, I will not give a report this evening and do my part to move things along. If there are any questions, happy to answer.
Any questions or comments for Maury?
Was that a redirect? No, not at all.
Okay, next let's go ahead and go to standing committees. Government Operations Committee, Randy Brown.
Thanks, Shauna.
Thank you.
We had our first meeting of the year last Tuesday. And on our committee is Randy Brown, I'm chair, Judith Huppert is vice chair, Greg Mezzi, Adam Benson, and Dan Wakeman. And we had a good meeting. And we heard from many departments on their various goals. We had a good presentation from county administration of all the things they're working on. It was a long list. And then we heard from the Board of Elections. We heard from the county attorney. We heard from Director of Finance. We didn't get to some members because the meeting actually went over 2 hours. And at our next meeting, which will be the second Tuesday of March, we're going to discuss our goals. I don't know if Judith, you want to add anything or not?
Great, thank you, Randy. I also just want to give kudos to Randy Brown, because Randy, every single year he comes in and speaks with leadership. He's like, put me where you need me. This year, he had never been on GEO, right? And now he's our chair. And he just always has such an attitude of servanthood. So that's really incredible. And you've been a really big part of this legislature. And thank you for volunteering.
Yeah, thank you.
So, you won the award this evening. Thank you, Randy. The trophy. We'll get you a trophy. Health and Human Services Committee, Travis Brooks, chair.
We haven't met yet. We're finally going to have our first meeting tomorrow afternoon. So our color, this is our color.
Oh, okay.
Amanda Champion sent a message and said she expects us to be color coordinated.
Oh.
And Randy Brown, I believe you were right about our revenue estimates for taxes. It is bigger than what they estimated, correct? 3.5% more. Yep. Good job. You're a double winner.
Go grab some king cake. Let's see here. Housing and Economic Development Committee.
Well, as a committee that's met the most this year so far, we had our last meeting on February 4th here at 10 a.m. It was a new time, same station, but we had a lot of what was covered today, and Let me see if there was anything of note. We had a nice report and discussion from our Director of Workforce Development. I had sort of challenged him for a 10-point plan because he had highlighted some things in a previous meeting. And what I love about Chris Bond is that he takes those things to heart and really put a lot of thought and energy into how we can make direct impact in Tompkins County. So I look forward to sort of working with the committee through our committee goals and that plan with Chris to see how we can help move the workforce needle. And we got a tourism program update. Other than that, nothing major to note. We meet the first Wednesday of the month, and our next meeting will be in March.
Thank you. Judith has a question.
Actually, I wanted to just go back to government operations for 1 second. We had some appointments to make to boards, and one of them we didn't settle on. So I'm wondering, Randy, did you talk to Lee about that?
Actually, you got an email, maybe it was from...
Oh, okay.
Maybe it was from you, Judith, or I forgot who sent you an email, if you wanted to be on the
Historical Commission.
Historical Commission, right? Yes. Be willing to do that.
Awesome.
Oh, good.
Great, thank you, reminding me, appreciate that.
Great. Greg, also, one of the other conversations that came up today in our meeting with the City of Ithaca was they're looking for money to help with their parks, and they wanted to know if that might be eligible for STPB funding.
So there is an outdoor recreation grant process that would be, I would say, the first and easiest line of access to funds for outdoor recreation. The second would be to submit for budget review, and I would direct them to our tourism planner, Nick, downstairs, to help with a formal request.
Okay.
If they would like to see sort of a formal, more consistent line in the allocation of those funds.
Okay, great.
And that budget process is well underway of getting ahead of Department of Planning and then ours, so it starts very early. So I would, don't sleep on it.
Okay, I won't. Thank you. Any other questions for Greg? Okay. Next, we have Planning and Energy and Environmental Quality Committee. Irene Weiser.
Thanks. So we had our first meeting on Thursday, February 5th, and we will continue on Thursday, March 5th at 9:30. Our committee is made up of all the new kids except for Dan. And it was a great first meeting. We had both the planning department and the recycling and materials management department basically gave us an overview of what they do. Also had some presentations on well, some that we voted on tonight for resolutions for moving some money around and accepting grants for snowmobile trails and that sort of thing. Yeah, so that was our meeting. It was a good meeting.
Great. Any questions for Irene?
Yeah, I was glad to hear that Randy's meeting ran longer than ours. And should I also announce that we've decided to make a change that because the peak committee agenda is usually so packed, and Lee, thank you for being gracious enough to take recycling and materials management over under F&I. So for anybody that wants to track recycling materials management, it will now be reporting to F&I and not to peak.
Greg Mezzi.
I thought you were going to say that peak was going to be the first committee to go to all digital agendas.
Just laughing.
Well,
we'll get there.
We might.
Recycle paper at home.
Although what color will we wear? It's all digital.
It's a coat of many colors for you, Irene. A coat of many colors.
Great. Also, commending Irene, that was her first committee meeting that she's chaired, and she did a wonderful job. So thank you.
Thanks.
Let's see here. Public Safety Committee, Travis Book Chair.
Well, after Greg shared that they have met so many times, now I feel like I'm slacking. We haven't met yet this year. We'll meet next week. We have a packed agenda, and we are ready to get going.
Any questions or comments? I'm sure you probably won't be talking about flock cameras.
Not this year.
Okay. Okay, any questions for Travis? Okay. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
We have also not met this year, but we are meeting on Monday at 10 a.m. It will be exciting. Iris and Irene and Rachel are all joining the committee, as well as many of our longtime members. We are going to be discussing goals for the year, as well as a resolution supporting a paid parental leave policy at the county. The policy itself is not ready for prime time, but we're trying to advance both the general direction, should that be the way that committees and legislature go, in parallel with working out the legal and contract details.
Thank you. Any questions for Veronica? Next, we have Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We are the Firecracker Fuchsia Committee, and Ruby thoughtfully provided us with boutonnieres so that we don't necessarily have to have a pink shirt. She also provided Veronica and myself with hot pink ascots so that committee leadership is always appropriately garbed. So
very nice.
So our meeting, we met on the 9th. We heard from, let's see, Finance, County Administration, and Human Resources. We heard from them what their departmental goals are for the year, which informed our goal-setting process. And I think our main thing that we talked about as a long-term 3-year process is moving Tompkins County towards centralized accounting and finance and what that's going to involve. We're also going to continue working on streamlining and improving our budget process. That's consistent with what we learned from admin, that there will be new budget software for our 2027 budget process. So look forward to that. One thing we considered that may be of interest to everyone is updating our fund balance policy. We are not changing our percentages. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Lee. We primarily... well, I appreciate the fact that you didn't want to make the fund balance percentage lower. We mainly looked at amending the policy so that there are guidelines for mitigating and addressing our current deficit. And the deficit at the moment stands somewhere around 7%, I believe. Is that right, Daryl?
That is correct, but that's based on audited 2024 numbers.
Right. So as usual, we need to wait until we get the 2025 audit to figure out exactly where we are. But thank you to everyone on the committee. That includes Veronica, Randy, Greg, Lee, Christy, and Irene. So stay tuned for further exciting developments.
Thank you, Deborah. Mike Sigler, I think at one point you had your hand up. Did you have a question?
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure Veronica can get that parental leave done in the next month or so. That was it. Thanks.
We'll try.
Okay, next is Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtliff, Chair.
Boy, this is dangerous, the last report. Almost like being with a public utility. We have a short report, as in we'll be meeting Thursday morning at 10 o'clock, our first meeting of the year, and it is a lengthy agenda, a lot of introductions between 3 new committee members and several new department contacts. And many of you know that, the color I generally wear is black, but I decided to just kind of change it up a little bit.
What color? Is that white?
But he wants gray.
No, it's pale gray.
Oh, great. Wow. Okay, Lee.
See you all Thursday morning.
Oh. Any questions for Lee? Okay. We do have minutes of our previous meetings. let's see here, 2 of them for February 3rd, 2026. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Travis, seconded by Rachel. And let's go ahead and do a roll call. Or are there any corrections?
Are we doing both of these at once?
Let's go ahead and do both at once. Is that all right with you guys? Okay. That's fine. Okay, roll call, please.
John Hunt.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Rachel Oslin.
Yes.
Iris Packman.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Adam Vinson.
Yes.
Dan Wakeman.
Yes.
Irene Weiser.
Yes.
Christy Bianconi.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Judith Hubbard.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes. Okay, that's unanimous. Next, we are going to need to go into executive session for the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Veronica, seconded by Dan Wakeman. And all those in favor? Or actually, do we need a roll call? We do need a roll call, sorry.
John Hunt.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Rachel Oslin.
Yes.
Iris Packman.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler. Mike Sigler.
Yes? No, just joking.
Yes.
Adam Vinson.
Yes.
Dan Wakeman.
Yes.
Irene Weiser.
Yes.
Christy Bianconi.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Judith Hubbard.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to go into executive session. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll let the cameras go off air, and then it'll be a quick executive session.
No business after.